time for coffee. There's chickens. Where you at?
Huge shout out to all of the Adventurers Guild members here on YouTube and all of the supporters from Patreon for their dedicated support of keeping this channel always on the rise.
Chickens. Where you at?
Huge shout out to all of the Adventurers Guild members here on YouTube and all of the supporters from Patreon for their dedicated support of keeping this channel always on the rise.
Chickens. Where you at?
Huge shout out to all of the Adventurers Guild members here on YouTube and all of the supporters from Patreon for their dedicated support of keeping this channel always on the rise. You know what time it is? It's EverQuest time, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of coffee ready for me. We get this moved over to the other screen. We're about to do a power leveling session for Sparrow because her crazy EverQuest 101 group had some ridiculous goals, so she needed some levels. So we're going to help her get a couple levels this morning. I'm not exactly sure where we're going yet. I think she said she was level 27. She's got to get to 30. So we'll probably try the Basilisk and Lava Storm and then maybe just peek our heads into Vegina or Sol A. One or the other. Alright. Getting things loaded up. Morning, Brian. What's up? If I had a separate office from our receptionist, I'd be playing with you guys right now. What's up, Sparrow? If it's your receptionist, tell her to look the other way. Alright. My chat open up on my screen here. I need to get my ass to Butcher Block because I'm going to need a pickup from Maduros whenever he gets around. Let's see here. Today's a big day, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just tuning in for the first time, here's what we got going on today and tomorrow and Saturday. Today, a little bit of power leveling with Sparrow. Nathan Napalm might be joining us when he gets back from the doctor's office, but it kind of depends on what time he gets back because I'll only be good up until around 11. And then I got to go do other stuff. Our niece has been staying with us the past few days, so we got to go do stuff. And I totally abandoned Chris this morning to do all the chores while I prepped EverQuest, so I'm gonna have to make up for that this afternoon. Tonight, 7:30 p.m. Central, is our World of Warcraft multi-stream group. Myself, Nathan Napalm, Sparrow, who is here in chat. Don't forget to follow her, twitch.tv/Sparrow. Maduros and Idrador will be playing World of Warcraft. We are going to be starting Oldemon quests tonight. Maybe peeking our head into the instance. I don't know, though. That instance takes... Even last night with the high levels, it took us a good hour and a half. So that the instance itself might be next week. We're heading that way. Tomorrow is Friday. More World of Warcraft tomorrow morning. Leveling up my mage. I am on a mission with that mage. Trying to get to the Burning Crusade by the end of the month. I hit 48 last night. No, sorry, 46 last night. So onwards and upwards. More World of Warcraft leveling tomorrow morning, followed by P99 tomorrow night. Another multi-stream group. Myself, Nathan Napalm, Sparrow, Bounty Code, Great Vendini, and Kel the Reaver. Saturday, though, is the big day. I already created my character. Kunark launched yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, for this server, for the EverQuest TLP Yelinak server. Which means our static group full of Ixar is ready to go on Saturday morning. I am playing the shaman for the group. I created a character. I couldn't get the name I wanted. I wanted the name Slither, and I couldn't do it. It was prohibited because it literally is a real world name, a real world word, and they wouldn't let me use it. So I went with Ripfang. So Ripfang the shaman. It's not the name I wanted, but I was just testing names out after like 12 different iterations, and it just took it. So I was like, all right, that's the name I'm going with. Saturday is a 12-hour stream, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be doing 12 hours in EverQuest to celebrate the launch of the Ixars. And the question is, do I actually talk like an Ixar the whole stream? We might. It depends on super chats, honestly. If the super chats go crazy and we hit our goals, I may talk like an Ixar and roleplay the entire 12 hours. We'll see how that works. But that's Saturday. That's the next few days planned out. So, if you're here for the first time, like, follow, subscribe, hit the bell icon so you never miss an update or a live stream. Don't forget you can support me and my journey as a full-time content creator by doing super chats and stickers. It's down there with the chat buttons. Pick your amount, choose what you would like to put in if you can. It'd be great. Otherwise, just being here is moral support. That's always good. You can also join as a member of the Adventurers Guild for $2.99 a month, and gift memberships if you feel so inclined. New audiobook chapter is up this weekend for our members. Last week was the Lotro chicken coop build video number 1. We're still trying to source our lumber right now. It's going to be a nightmare project. Not the building, the sourcing of the lumber is going to be a nightmare project. Honestly, I think I'm just going to go to Home Depot and do it all there. Who knows? Anyway, that's the next few days. That's the commercialization. Oh yeah, patreon.com/wandering hermits if you want to check out the world map behind me. We stream that campaign every Sunday night. We were supposed to be launching a Kickstarter this month for our hardback versions. That didn't happen. We've got to. We're waiting on the bank. Wells Fargo has not gotten back to me, and it's been like 6 days, and so I'm just waiting on the bank to tell us things about our bank account. Oh, hello. I see a Madurio. I guess we're going back to GFA to pick up Sparrow, he said. Welcome, Trips 360. Wait, Trips 3600. Trips 3600. Or just Trips. What do you prefer? Welcome to the Members Channel section, sir. Welcome to the Adventure Girls Trips 3600. You are now in elite company with people like myself. Let me go get into Discord because peeps are here. Alright, I'm in voice chat now. Bum 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 bum. Just Trips is
Roar.
cool, he says. Hey, what's up, Sparrow? Well, thank you, and welcome aboard, Just Trips. You have a cool icon next to your name, like Brian does. Actually, Brian's icon is different because Brian's been around for a few months. We do have quite a few icons. These are actually, those avatars are from Nathan Napalm. It's artwork from the Weave in the Void source book, which is our 5th edition tabletop source book, which you can get your hands on at weaveandvoid.com or at patreon.com/wandering hermits if you subscribe there at the Dungeon Master tier. That's the book we're using for our current live streams on Sunday nights. Nathan did all the races and classes for us. Check that out. Also got some monsters and creatures from Sparrow's Daughter. It's pretty awesome stuff. All right. I think Maduros had asked, where are we going?
I am in chat now.
All right. You know, let's just do Lava Storm because I think we can just do Soul A because those are what, like 25 to 30-ish, and we could just park at the back entrance, and that should work. So Lava Storm.
Yes,
All right,
please.
let me get some buffs up here.
So for power leveling, what pet should I have up? Like,
I have no idea.
oh,
Whatever's the probably the tankiest,
okay,
because Maduros will be able to put thorns on it, and I'll be able to haste it.
Yeah, I figure once we get where we're going, then Ren and I will drop group. We'll stay together in a group so we can give buffs to each other. But then you'll just be out of group. Then we'll heal you and stuff.
cool. Thank you. And this will be the last day for this. If I get 30 anyway. It's our last week.
We better get
Everybody's
3.
got Spirit of Wolf, right?
I do.
Yep.
Okay. I know there's something. Well, at least they attack me, probably because I'm a halfling, right near the. All right, here we go.
Coffee. Oh no, we're teleported to a strange new destination. Oh, I just caught that, Trips. You fixed it. I didn't know you could do that on YouTube.
Ooh.
Alright. I need to get up the normal map because Brewels doesn't work here, and we're going this way.
It doesn't work here?
Brewels is all sorts of weird here.
Oh.
It doesn't properly reflect zone entrances and the like.
Okay.
At least I thought we came in here at like 25, and they were all red to us. It's been a while. I did not know you can alter your Google profile. Thanks for that, Trips.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let me go back to Brewel's maps. Outside. So,
Okay. Yeah. Before we go in, I need a bio, so I'll be right back.
yep, I'll go grab another cup of coffee. So,
Sounds
be right
good.
back. That takes a while for any business, Brian. Our main goal right now is getting our Patreon page to $3,000 a month so that we can afford to pay Nathan full time for artwork. So that's our next goal. And if we get it to $3,000 a month, I actually get to make money off my Patreon at that point, which will be $1,000 a month for Chris and I, $1,000 a month for my brother, and $1,000 a month for Nathan. But that's the first major objective. Secondary objective is if we get it to $1,500 a month, I'll write chapters once a week as opposed to twice a month. Speaking of which, chapter 23 goes live today on the Patreon page. All right, let's see here. Haste. Where's my haste? Get rid of that. Haste, haste, haste. And what else can I do? Probably don't I don't need to charm. Probably give him a nice AC buff. And redo my clarity rotation so that I actually pay attention when you're out of group. At least you got to 28. I thought you said you were 27 though, but you're 28 now. When did you get 28, Sparrow? Somebody did something. Let me go check. Brian, Jesus, Brian. Thank you, sir. 50 bucks. Well, we just hit our stream goal for the day. Thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate that. You know, on a business note, I've done multiple companies now. I had my construction company in the United States when I was in my early 20s. And then I had the travel blog and brand with Chris, and I've done brands and blogs for other people. And then we did Stormhaven Studios, which was by far the biggest I've done. And now we're doing Wandering Hermits LLC. So this is it's my one, two, three, fourth company that I've done. I think pretty much all of them is within the first 3 years they've gotten to the point they're sustainable enough to support myself fully and then start hiring other people. By 3 years in has pretty much been the average for all of my companies. If you want to drop group, what does this guy con to you? Never mind, where did he go?
To the right.
That's only 18. That's lower than I remember this being. Kill it. I'm gonna go peek my head in. If you want to stick your pet on that.
I'm trying for something. He's not working. There we go.
Got it? Alright.
Yep.
I could swear these were deeper. Maybe it's the bartender I'm thinking of.
It just might be the entrance mob.
Yeah, but I thought the entrance mobs were like 25. And they're not. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting into the 20s. It's the bartender camp. I could swear maybe it's because we came in here at 15. That's what I'm thinking of. We came in here at 15, not 25. I got a few for you, so.
Well, I'm gonna need pet heals or something.
Okay. Maduros is AFK, so if it becomes an issue, you could just duck out.
Pet's dead.
Your pet's dead, you said?
Yep.
How did he die? I'm curious though. On a level 19 mob.
I don't know.
All right. Well, you should be able to summon a new one.
Yep.
Probably take this one. What happened?
What happened to what?
Oh, did you zone out?
Yeah.
Oh.
You want me to zone back in?
Yeah, I missed them all. He's good. I just saw your pet die, and I was like, how did he die instantly like that?
Where's the zone?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm back. Met up. Should I
Alright.
disband here?
Yep, go ahead and disband, and then this last goblin is a level 22, so you can take that one on. And then we'll work our way down and in. We'll head to the bartender camp and see how that goes for a little bit, because those will be like mid-20s. That might be too low for your level, but let's just see what kind of XP you get.
They're pretty resistant to my fire.
Oh
'Cause
yeah,
it's
yeah, we're a fire.
fire.
This is a fire zone.
Right. Mm, shock, is that a direct damage? Yep.
Oh, I need to get let's double check here. I need to do this one on you as well. Does your pet have a mana pool, or is it unlimited on mages?
I don't see a mana bar for them.
Okay. Okay, you should have clarity and brilliance. I suppose I should have given that to Medeiros too. All right, ready to move up a little?
Sure.
Don't fall in the lava. Hot feet. We're just gonna drop straight down off of here.
Off of where? I'm not with you yet. Just following the path?
Yep, only one way to go.
Okay.
Okay, now hold here, because this, I'll probably need to pull these back. Go ahead and tag this one. It may take a minute for us to get to the place where you're going to be able to get XP.
Sure.
He's got thorns on him. I'm not gonna worry about anything for the moment.
Good way to get all my defensive up.
Mm-hmm.
Piercing 30.
At least you can get skill ups on like gray mobs these days. It used to be only like green, blue, and up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a nice pet because then I don't have to snare
Yeah.
because he roots.
So come up here, Sparrow, and just sick your pet on one of these guys. Probably come up to me without any issues. And these should be 24, so these should be getting into what, dark blue for you, or still light blue?
They're They're blue, dark blue.
Okay.
I guess you don't know how many hit points your pet has.
Nope, he's at 20% though.
Yeah, I think the gate got in the way. Well, that got him up to like 90
Whoa.
something.
That's like a complete heal.
Yeah.
See heal for the win. See, druids can see heal.
hmm I remember doing complete heals on my druid, but it must have been later expansions.
I have no.
Probably,
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't know. All right. Oh, there's one right here. If these end up being too low or the XP is not good enough, we can just go straight to Soul B because I know those are 30-ish.
Well, I started at 28%, I think. I'm at 34 into
That's
28.
not too bad. I feel like we all left here at like 28, but you're solo, whereas opposed we
Mm-hmm.
were all grouped. So if you're running an XP plot on top of the XP bonus here, it should be decent and
Actually,
safe.
glad you mentioned that because I didn't have it on. Put it on now.
Get him, Jabanner. Get him.
He's running.
Got a runner. This is going to be fun.
Mm-mm.
No! Root his ass! I don't have any. Finally. Yeah, just. Okay, this will be kind of fun.
Go back.
Yeah, go back. If you can. If your pets. Yes, yes. Yep, for sure. Should be good at this little room. Okay, there we go. Just until we get some more clearance. I'm gonna try not to mez if I can avoid it because you've got the thorns on your dude. Stop hitting me. No, you go over and hit him. He's not. For some reason, that shaman is infatuated. Oh, he's on Maduros, that's why. Me likey Maduros.
I'm out of mana, so sitting.
I'm gonna mez this other one. Wonder if I can. Is it less than 50% I can nuke? About to find out.
I think it's just total damage. I don't think it matters like
¿Quién fue, Chris?
where he is.
No, pero nadie no cierra la puerta bien. No, no. Entonces. Alright, I need 2 seconds here. I gotta fix the bed because I got cats in here apparently. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay. Oh. All right. Hold here for a minute. I'm gonna go up and mez the bartender room. So to get here, that door to the left, you're just gonna go in and go left, and then just go all the way up. You'll see me. Go ahead and come on up and into this room. And take out this fire goblin.
No, I went left. Found an empty room.
Hold up. I don't know where you went, because... Nope. Just turn around.
Right.
Yep,
Right.
straight up. There you go. You went left. Which is
I
left.
went left.
It's all
Yep, I went
left.
left.
It's all left. Once we're good to go here and we clear the whole room, you can go behind the bar. There's only one mob that spawns back there, and nothing will aggro you because of line of sight back there. So if for some reason we all have to AFK or something happens, there's only the one mob. You can pick whichever one you want out of these two next in front of the bar. They're both mezzed. Oh, never mind. We got another one in here I didn't see until just now. I suppose I can slow these while I have the mana.
52 already, almost 53. Oh, it's hit
Okay.
me. Getting some mana back.
Mm-hmm. You know what? Speaking of which, let me. I've got a couple more of these I can give to you because I'm not gonna need them. Those stack with clarity, so feel free to use those.
Oh,
I
okay.
only have the two, so
I
That
didn't realize.
concentration.
yeah, I had a couple left over from Hrolf.
Yeah, I got a bunch.
Who's in here? Hello,
Checked
Mary.
my parcel and I had 25 stacks from Rolf.
Oh yeah, that's a few.
The...
Do you want to say hi to the stream, Mary? You're in here tearing up the bottom of the bed. No, you want to go down and play with your brother? Okay, go away. Bye-bye. Monster kitties tearing up your beds for free.
coffee's got to start working.
I know. Mine is. I'm on my second cup, and it's barely trickling
Mhm.
this morning.
Yep.
It's all good. Once you get
Well,
that ding, it's gonna go, and you're gonna feel that rush.
I can't even stab this guy. Jeez. Seeing I haven't been stabbing things.
Jabanner, you need a haste, sir. What level is this? Oh, it is
My level.
futile to consider the dead. All right, Fire Goblin next. What are you talking about, Mujin? This place sucks, only getting one BIME's connection. What are you talking about, Mujin? Your work?
Oh, sorry, Maduros. Guess you can't see me back here. Little short halflings.
Well, I can reach the bar, so I guess that's all that counts, right?
True enough.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Mary, you're being a naughty little girl this morning. Yes, you are. How did you get in here? That's the first question. Hmm? She's finally growing into her eyes because she had huge eyes when she was born. And her brother Sam also has big eyes, and he has not grown into his eyes yet. He still looks kind of kind of freaky. It's not gonna lie. You look at him, he's just like, buddy, you need to grow into your eyes pretty soon. Stop looking like a bug-eyed frog.
They do have really interesting shaped faces.
Yeah, especially if I do another, because they've grown up quite a bit since I took those last pictures. Smeagol has a very long face, and the other ones have sort of rounded faces. There's got to be at least two fathers to this litter, because two of them are very, very, very dark compared to the other ones. But then three of them have like three different shaped faces. It's really, and they, yes, it's weird. And they have these massive ears that we just
Mhm.
can't place. Like my brother was like, "Those got to be like those Egyptian cats." And I was like, "There's none of those Egyptian type cats around here where we live."
The Bengals looked close. I was looking at Bengal cats, trying to think if maybe they had some of that.
I mean, it could be. I would be shocked if anyone around here could afford a Bengal, but um, yes, they've got some of the markings too. Oh my God! For those of you who can see the stream, she's just all sorts of hyper on top of the bed right now. Nope, hang on. Map.
Map.
Once they get into map territory, they have to go.
Yep.
Out! Out! I finally broke their sister of it weeks ago, and it's like, nope. These ones we're getting them because we obviously don't want them to be inside cats. Um, they're sleeping inside at night, but pretty much as soon as the sun's up, they all just want to go outside. We've gotten them acclimated pretty quick to just go outside all day. So they're out in the backyard most of the day, and then they just come in here and sleep during the like late morning, mid
The
afternoon.
hot hours, yeah.
Yeah, they sleep the weird stuff. What's up, Lucas? What are you doing, buddy? And then Lucas is starting to finally get brave enough that he's gone beyond the fence a couple of times, and he did not want to come inside last night. He was happy. He was like, "I want to stay outside and roam the forest, Poppy."
Mm-hmm.
The only downside of that being there's nasty, mean cats out there at nights. We're still bringing him
He's
in at
still a
night.
baby.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he's just now 6 months. I mean, he is getting really big, but he still gets scared when the water guy comes to sell water and you come running in the room hiding underneath the bed with your tail between your legs. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Lucas. Yesterday was kind of funny after he got his parasite pills because he was not a happy camper and all he wanted to do was snuggle all day. Oh, I guess clarity dropped. One moment. Paying
Oh,
too,
not on me.
paying too much attention to kitty cats. Okay. There you go.
Thank you. It was just barely. It's
Oh,
more like
did I
10
just barely
seconds.
catch it? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Xenex was hanging out last night while we were streaming Warcraft and was telling me that they're busting their butts to get group harvesting working for Tuesday before we log
Oh,
on to Vanguard for the next session.
nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah.
All right, you ready for another
Let's
one?
say Vanguard, though. Makes me want to log in.
Yeah, I don't feel the compulsion, but
No? Well,
no.
you've played more.
Yeah. Plus, I've been playing. Oh, looks like Maduros was pulling. I was playing for a few weeks before Nathan got everyone jacked up, so
Hmm.
I've kind of already gotten it out of my system, so to speak. I'm having fun exploring, but like Nathan was saying, like he's wanting to go explore other starting areas, which will be fun to do, outside of the static group stuff. But I'm also, because I know it only goes to tier 3, like I can burn through that in 5-6 sessions. So I'm not. Yeah, it's that when I have that knowledge in the back of my head, it's easy to just be like, yep, once a week is fine, because that way it'll last for 3 months.
Hmm.
But that's just for me. I'm getting my alt-itis out in Warcraft.
Well, and he had like 3 alts in EQ as well.
This is the Ixar is the third one, which we'll be doing tomorrow. No, wait, Saturday. Sorry, not tomorrow. I'll let you med up a bit, Madros.
Cool. It's flowing now. I'm at 85%.
Oh
So,
yeah, no, we'll be fine here then. Get you the 30.
yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, yep.
I was not looking forward to just pugging trying to find something.
I don't think it would have happened, to be honest with you.
No, it wouldn't have.
Which is why Nathan, poor Nathan, like grandma stuff is more important, way
Yeah.
more important. At the same time, tomorrow, I mean, I could maybe do it tomorrow. Saturday I can't though. Like I'm booked Saturday. Sunday, where is he? Let's remez this. Sunday we're already booked. Monday morning I usually don't stream, but I could get him caught up on Monday morning, depending on if Chris needs me for any errands. But it's Tuesday night. You have to be 30 by Tuesday night, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna be rough. Who sets the levels? Is it like a group decision or is it
No,
somebody?
Jack decides.
Tell him he's crazy. If it was any other game than EverQuest, I think it would be a problem. But EverQuest is so
Right.
hard to do anything on your own.
But just like I grabbed, he assumes, I can hang out with you guys. He assumes I can pick up a pickup group. And then once you get going, it's 2 to 4 hours, during the week.
That sounds like some critique material.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, yeah. There'll be some varied grades. This will be our last week just playing, and then the week after will be grading session. So I'm sure there'll be some things to say. We have some first timers as well that have never played EverQuest.
Oh, that'll be interesting to see their
Mm-hmm.
opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously they're getting I don't. It's not. Yeah, it's easier, but I don't want to use the word easier. It's a tempered version of EverQuest, if that makes sense.
The TLP, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Like even a lot of our hardcore EQ people will not play P99, and they think we're nuts for playing P99. So that's just how it is. It's a tougher. I mean, I personally enjoy the quality of life stuff, like having the pet window and having, um, I don't know, just the ability to see information about your mobs and your group mates.
I like the map. The map for me is a big one.
The map, yeah.
Yeah, the map and like automatically casting. Like if I'm sitting and I hit a cast button, it stands
Mm-hmm.
me up and I can immediately
Yes.
cast. Like that's a big thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
Saved spell slots, that's huge.
Yep.
There are quite a few things. I have been tempted. Of course, there's no time at the moment. But I have been tempted to go play live because I have not played live in years and years and years and years and years. But I wouldn't want to do it, by myself. So I've always been able to hold off that temptation because anytime the conversation of EverQuest comes up, the only thing anybody ever wants to do is TLP or P99. Like live
Mm-hmm.
never even enters into the equation with
I know.
the.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's weird.
I'm tempted to see it with the mercs because then you can totally just go out and level. Then it's more like your regular solo MMOs that we've gotten used to.
Hmm.
All right, which one would you like me to
Yeah,
take
you
here?
just pick one. I'm gonna
Okay.
start mezzing stuff.
Almost out of mana. Oh, crap.
Oh, your
No,
pet,
no.
your pet can handle one. Just yeah, you're fine. I
Okay.
get him. That one's on you, so I'll leave that one on you. Get the shaman mezzed.
I'm on the lower level health one,
Okay.
but I am out of mana.
Go, go, grab a pet, yeah. I'm too tall to. This is so funny. I'm too tall to stand on the bar. It forces me into a crouch. This is awesome.
One's too short, one's too tall. See who I'm gonna get some mana and see who attacks me first.
What's up, Benny? EverQuest Adventures on the PS2. Good deal. Crinkled says you have an assembly line of mobs just stacked up and ready for
I
you.
do. You guys are awesome.
Let's just pick these. You
Line
could
'em up.
question, can you have your pet kill while you med, or do they automatically just come for you? I don't remember how mages work.
It depends if I've done any damage or anything. I can sit if I haven't gotten aggro, but they aggro me pretty quick if I attack. Alright, I'll get that one, I guess.
Okay, you're on that one. I think I got all the mezzes refreshed. Dun, 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 dun.
But I noticed this pet does hardly any damage.
Um,
compared to my water pit. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you could theoretically switch out if Maduros is okay with heals, because I don't know how much. I don't know what the hit point difference is between like an earth
Yeah.
pet and a water pet.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't either.
Theoretically, we might be okay since we're mezzing mobs.
Take the shaman. And because I can't use fire on these guys, I'm doing a lot less damage myself. Mage fire nukes are pretty awesome.
Do they not get an equivalent like water or?
Not equivalent, no.
Okay.
But I get a magic. I use Shaka spikes.
Well, I'd say if you want to switch out to the water pet after this, you probably could. We got time.
Like after these two mobs.
hmm
Okay.
I'm literally just playing with Lucas and waiting on breakfast. I got nothing else to do today. Other than chapter 23, which I probably should go edit while we're doing this. So it works like the chanter pet crinkled. Okay. It says just don't be sitting when the pet goes in. After the engaging the mob, you should be able to sit down. Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
wasn't sure on, because I know how the chanter pet works, but I wasn't sure if the mage pets work the same way. Because that's an annoying thing about the
The
chanter
problem is
pets.
I can't break the mez by whacking it typically because my skill's so
Oh, your
low.
skill's so low. Well,
Yeah.
just
So
stand there
I'm
for
having
20
to nuke
minutes.
it.
Stab, 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 stab.
So because I'm having to nuke it to wake it up, because my pet won't,
Yeah,
that's why I'm getting aggro.
that makes sense now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, pop. Bartender popped.
Oh, nice. Let's go ahead and
Yeah.
mez him. I don't know what gear you've got, but he might have a pants that are useful for you. And he might drop the... Does he drop the totems too? Can't remember.
No, I think that's the high shaman.
Oh, okay. You could switch out your
Should.
pet if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah, these won't add on us, so go away, Jabanner. We don't want you.
Poor Jabanner.
I do much like the newer elemental models they have in the game, though, compared to the old ones. I know some people are torn on that.
Definitely going to be out of mana after getting him all set up.
Okay.
I'm high enough they can dual wield now.
Ooh, that's awesome.
Mhm.
All right, let me haste and give him an AC buff. And just for giggles, I don't know that he needs it, but I'm going to put a clarity on him just in case. I really
Why
don't
not?
know. I could look it up, I suppose, but they don't... I don't know. I really don't know.
And this isn't going to have root at all.
No, but we should be okay. I mean, they stun and he kills fast enough, theoretically. we'll find out.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Oh, he's definitely not getting hit any harder.
Well, that's
Oh,
good.
good.
All right, bringing in another mob. Oh, were you, by the way, I didn't even ask. I'm assuming you were not streaming today, Sparrow.
Oh, I'm not. No.
Okay. Making sure if I
No,
need
I'm
to.
keeping it to Thursday, Friday, the evening ones for now.
Okay. That's definitely killing a lot quicker.
Yeah. Let's see if I can wake. Oh yeah, I hit him. Unless he just happened to break right at this. Let's see.
Stab. All
2
right.
points.
All right, let's bring these in.
Oh, goblin healed somehow.
I wonder if there's a shaman around here in one of these rooms.
Yeah.
Is Bounty not doing the MM? Does he not do the Tuesdays with you guys?
Nope.
Okay.
He usually has some work stuff he's doing Tuesdays.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Well, at least we got him on Friday nights, Tuesday mornings. I'll just break one of these for you here real quick. Maybe I won't, because there we go. Like even my stab sucks.
Get him, Pit. He's 26% in already. This won't take too much longer at this rate.
Are you dinged?
Well, I'm 29 right now.
Oh, yeah, that's really fast.
Yeah.
You might be, you might be a little high for your group on Tuesday
Oh, that's
night.
fine. That's fine. Yeah. The 30 was the minimum.
Okay,
So.
perfect. Now, if you've got 4 hours in your pot, I mean, I've got until 11, so I got at least another hour and a half. Wait, 2.5. There's I think 2.5. I got another 2.5 hours, and I don't remember what time Nathan got back last time from the doctor's visit, but I feel it was like 10. I mean, I could probably push till noon. I'd have to check with Chris.
Yeah, if Nathan needs some help leveling too, I'd be happy to help with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's whenever he gets back, we can take a look and see what time it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and since he's melee, it actually would be easier because he can just pull entire groups, and I just damage, shield, and heal him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he's a pally too, so he could take the hits more.
You take it. You take them hits. You take it.
Yep. Take it and you like it. Yeah, there is somebody healing around
Yeah,
here.
there's a shaman. He's literally behind you on the other side of the wall. We're gonna pull him next. Get him in here and mez him so he can't keep healing mobs. Come here, you. Come on. There you
He's
are.
got to scream at you first.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that right there is the perfect cry for your Sunday nights. That works
Oh my
perfectly.
gosh.
Go, honey badger.
Sounds like a parrot.
That's awesome. It totally works, though. That totally works. I love it. All right. Hit those ones.
Badger want to kill stuff.
Badger want to kill. Oh, how did he come up on the bar?
He's shorter than you.
I've never seen one get on the bar before. Interesting.
Did he stun me? Oh, he rooted me. Sticker. He's not gonna let me sit. Rude little goblin. Just have to get my stabbies up. Piercing's at 46.
Woo. 'Tis better than 0.
Oh, it's going up though. 49 now.
Yeah, the
They're
best
not
part about
rooting.
Kunark being live is that no one's in here today.
Yeah. Is this usually pretty camped?
Yeah, there's usually multiple instances up.
Mm.
Yeah, I know we came here. Well, it was on our first set of alts. Yeah, we were like, I want to say we were what, like 15, 16.
Yeah.
We went to the other entrance and we were just pulling reds. We leveled like 4 or 5 levels in a session as a group.
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous, the XP. I think we stayed in here for 3 or 4 sessions in a row because we went from 15 to like almost 30.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to redo clarity for everybody.
I think my mana pot went too, so put that back on.
All right, what is interrupting me?
That nasty goblin.
Oh, it's that dude. He was still on me for some reason. Dun, 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 dun. Let's do the shaman next. All right, miss. There we go.
can't see. Go over here. There we go.
Ooh, I gotta be careful when I hit.
Yeah, you whopped him.
Well, my skill's like 250 something.
Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, I tickled him with my dagger, and you were like, boom!
20% health. Whap!
Oh, this guy's like stuck in the ceiling on my screen. All right, where did he go?
One in here.
There he is.
All right, yep, there's the ad.
Every single one of these has Spirit of Wolf too.
Yeah,
The shaman.
probably, yeah, somewhere buried in here. Oh my goodness, the Rings of Power people ate their Wheaties this morning.
Did they?
That
Comments?
video's already up to 900 views, and I just published it like not that long ago.
Nice. Oh, past halfway.
Nice.
Mm. Hey, I got
Hey, you
him.
stabbed it.
I did it.
Woot.
Went up to 51.
Nice. Lucas, do not. That is my internet cable, buddy. You do not get to climb that and pull it down from the wall.
See, somebody got your map too. It's like peeled over.
Oh, it's totally. Yeah, that was probably Mary. Like, jacked it all up. I'll have to go. Thanks for she didn't pull it off the wall. It's just
Mm-hmm.
displaced a little.
Since we're the 101's done with these characters here, I'm gonna have power level a mage on Thornblade to 30, just to so I don't have to do this again from 1 to 30, and then have my mage on Thornblade instead of Yelly.
Yeah,
This is
because
probably gonna,
this will go
go
away.
quiet.
Oh no,
Yeah.
it's already gone quiet. Like I'd say 95% of our guild doesn't even log in anymore. It's just our static group right now.
Right.
Maybe a hand, but that's normal. I've seen it every
Mhm.
single TLP.
Yeah. And our guildies that are on Thornblade, they love it. They said they're not going anywhere even if the population's low. They have their guild. They raid all the time.
That's a live server, or is it the other TLP that had like the weird
It's
loot?
yes, weird loot.
I think
They
you
love
meant
it.
awesome loot.
Yeah, they love it. They said they've never been so geared to raid. like now because they can gear up everybody in a reasonable amount of time. And
How is that? How does
everybody's
that work? Is that the rule set where random loot drops off of everything?
yeah, but it's level restricted. Like whatever's in that tier, it has the ability to drop it in the same tier. It's not like you're going to get it off of lower mobs or non-raid mobs or
Right. I think my question is because I never played there, so I don't know it.
Mhm.
Um, any mob can drop gear, or only mobs in dungeons, only boss mobs? Like who drops the tier gear?
whatever's in that tier is how I understand it. I haven't played on it much either, but as I understand it, it's like if you're fighting one raid tiered mob, he can drop any of the other raid tiered loot.
Yeah. Same goes for like named,
Well, that was my
like
big question. Like,
the name, like that named what the heck, mummy or whatever that's in row.
mm-hmm.
He can drop anything from that any other named in his level range
Okay.
can drop.
But it's
Yeah.
only the named. It's not like normal mobs can drop stuff. Like
Right.
it's
It's only named rares and
perfect. That
raid.
that was
Yep.
my
So they're loving it.
curiosity.
And it's also free free trade too, right?
Uh,
So like
yeah, I think
if I
so.
remember like all the like no drop or no trade uh plane gear people are selling in the tunnel because you can trade it.
Yeah, I don't know about that personally, but so they're getting to see all this content they never saw before,
Gotcha.
being able to rate it super geared, but still be able to do it, right? Like,
I'm gonna pop this one right in front of you.
okay.
Maybe. 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 Miss. Oh, it reposted. Come on, Miss.
Oh, pop.
Miss. Oh my goodness. There we go. Now, how did this other one break?
Well, it wasn't my pet. Thankfully, they can't break mess.
Yeah, so okay, so that's yeah, it's just any named can drop gear from any other loot table within that tier.
Yeah.
That makes total sense.
Yeah.
What's your question, Crinkle? Which group? What's the group makeup? There is no group makeup. It's um
PLing the
yeah,
mage.
we're
Mage.
PLing Sparrow's mage, and Maduros is a druid, and I'm an enchanter.
It's next up in line, I guess.
Yeah, just pick one. Tis all good.
See if it gets
Está
started.
ocupado,
There
pero
we go.
gracias. All right, who's hitting me? Get you mezzed. Get you mez.
There's one back here.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was the one that just broke.
Oh.
Crinkled says when the server first came on, the people were seeing drops no one had ever seen before, which makes sense
Mm.
because there are some really obscure named mobs that probably no one ever goes and fights because they're off of the depths of like Crypt of Dalnir or something, or no, because everybody only ever goes to like Unrest and Lower Guck. They don't explore the 20 other zones in that level range, so that does make sense.
And without having to fight over one mob that drops
Yes,
that item, you get to explore and see all over the place and still get a chance at those items. It's pretty
that's
awesome.
interesting.
It is. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's different. You know, they really like it. And it's
Um,
got plane of knowledge now, so that
oh,
makes me happy.
yeah, that's quite a bit. Man, I would love to. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like talking to Kel and folks who are from our static group are like super excited about doing this, that, and the other. I'm really hoping that our static group continues because I have not seen Lukeland since launch, and I would love to. Velius I've done, because it's on
Mm-hmm.
P99.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen Lukeland since it came out. I'd love to do Lukeland again. I'd love to do Plane of Knowledge again. Plane of Knowledge is like, for me, having never played Wrath of the Lich King, that is for me the best expansion I've ever played was Planes of Power. Like just all those zones and the progression and just I know a lot of people are like, yeah, but the portals screwed the teleportation system. Yeah, but they made it easier to get around. Like that's
Yeah.
not a bad thing. The game was huge at that point.
You know what? I didn't even start till Plane of Knowledge, so that is fine by me. And
Yeah.
I loved EQ back then, and I played it for years with portals, and it made it easy to go around and explore and see new areas I hadn't seen before. Still had to take time to travel, even though it wasn't 45 minutes, but it was easily 20.
Yeah, I remember the portals for Lukeland were like 15, 20 minutes. You had to wait
Yeah.
for a Spire port
Hmm.
one way. So if you were going to like the Dreadlands from Greater Fadark, you would have to run to the spires of Greater Fadark, wait 20 minutes, go up to the moon, wait another 20 minutes to go down to Kunark. Um, what's up, Wolfen? All right, I'm gonna bring this one in. Okay, I'm getting both
Sorry.
apparently. No, it's all good. I need to step out for a minute. Let me refresh all the clarities. Chris said there's a plate of food, so I need to see if it's something I can eat out there or if I need to bring it in here. I'm assuming I'll go scarf out there, so are you okay for a few minutes, Maduros?
Yeah.
All right, I will go scarf.
Can't see them. Nice. There's some good lore tonight in WoW. Olderman, I think we're going to.
Yes, there is. Indeed,
Mm.
there is. Kind of coincides with our Nomergon run.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the trogs came from that are in that attacked Nomergon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Alderman will be fighting trogs and earthen, which is what dwarves used to be, the stone dwarves.
I didn't know dwarves used to be something else.
Yeah, you actually, if we do the dungeon at the very end, there is a quest you pick up that actually tells you the origins of the dwarves and trogs and a lot of the creatures that are on
Oh,
Azeroth.
are we talking the disc quest at the end of Ulduan?
Yeah,
That was so cool. It's so cool. The holograph and everything. Oh, it's so cool. It's probably the coolest quest I've seen in Warcraft. Lucas, you little stinker. I'm back, by the way. I just went and grabbed a bowl of food.
Nice.
So, I'm here. You can pull multiples if you need to, but I'm going to mute myself while I scarf. I think nobody wants to hear that.
Okay, I'm on one of them. They're both called the same thing. That piercing up. Ooh, getting close. About to hit 30.
nice. One's coming in.
Last one should do it.
Grants on
I
30.
hit the minimum.
Grants.
Thank you. And thank you for the help to get the 30 PL in. See what spells I got.
There he is. He finally showed up.
Who's that?
It's the mob I snared. Took forever to
Oh.
get here.
Got a new haste for my pet. Oh yeah.
Does that stack with the one I've got or not?
It's a good chance it does. Yep, on there. I'm guessing yours is swift like the wind. summon myself a couple bags for all these heavy swords. That's new.
Are they ones that disappear when you log out, though?
They are, but this is all
Yeah.
just selling loot, so.
Yeah. Just be careful. I made that mistake on P99 on my shaman.
Oh, it's actually not that many slots. They're just 6 slots. So.
Yeah,
Better
it's
than
probably
nothing.
what 100% weight reduction though too, right?
I think so.
Close to it.
Yep, 100.
All right, I'm back. Got my vitamin.
Welcome back.
Told my niece I'm gonna have to put her to work if she's gonna stay here all the time. It's been only Netflix for like 2 days. That's all she's done is Netflix. So Chris and I were just telling her she needs to go back and rake the yard. She just had a delicious breakfast. It's time to go get to work. You're just playing video games. Yes, but but technically it's my work now. She's a good kid. This is the one of the ones that they don't have parental figures in their lives, so this is the one that I think I told you about before, Sparrow. I used to take her to school when she was like 7 or something. I used to walk her to school back in like 2014 and carry her backpack for her, and now she's freaking 16 years old, so it's just like, good God.
Yepper.
I can go back to pulling if you want me to, Midros. Let me do redo clarity. That is exactly the truth, crinkled. My
Yeah.
video games pay for your Netflix.
Oh, I just interrupted my clarity pot. Phew, I didn't use it.
I'm gonna be bringing a couple here.
There's one in camp as well.
Okay. And I don't know if you saw my chat, but yeah, the Swift Like Wind is my that is my haste.
Oh boy.
Oh, you got brave. Stepped out of the room.
Well, the pet started attacking out here.
All right, I
He's
got
a
it.
pain in the butt to get off once he's fighting.
Ooh, you went and got a Solusek Goblin.
Yeah, I was trying to get down there to see if the named was up or the rare. These are from right outside his room, so once we get these down, I can double check.
Yeah, grab that Inferno if you want. There you go. Perfect.
Is there one you prefer?
Yeah, take that Inferno Goblin next to the Solusek, please.
Okay.
bum, ba-dum, 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 bum, bum.
Oop. Oh, crunched me.
Yeah, that's a big one. Crunch.
Yeah, a big crunch for half my health. Good XP though.
Oh yeah. Go, go, Gadget XP. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. What's up, Pepe? Good morning. Alright, you got that. Go ahead and med up a little bit if you want, Maduros. Where are you pulling from? The double doors out there?
So hang on, let me give you a
Okay.
Spirit of Wolf.
Yep, 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 yep.
No, I was going here,
Yep.
and
Yep.
then left, and then
Straight
all
down.
the way going down to where the High Shaman is.
Oh, down that tunnel? Okay. Let's go see what I can see. Come here. I know you want a taste of me. I'm a tasty Chanta. Come take a bite. Alright, well, I got a few I'll bring back, so. Been a while since I pulled this place. Alright, let's. Just, probably just pick whichever one you want, Sparrow.
Okay. Whoa.
Yeah,
grab
that
this
that
one, it's
that
all
looked a
Yeah,
good.
little
I'm gonna
scary.
grab that one.
They all just moved for you right as you ran up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die. All right, I think I got them all walked down. Let's give Sobekin a new Swift like Wind. Does he still have Shadow? He does. I should give that to him too. We are power leveling Sparrow's character, but we already hit her objective, so we're good to go now. I did make my
There,
Ixar,
lady.
and I already
There we
equipped him. He is good to go, other than a breastplate, which I think Hrolf sent to me earlier. So my shaman is ready to go for tomorrow morning.
Oh my gosh, this corner. Oh, the champion's gonna womp me. I'll take the other one first.
Okay, remezing the champion. And I'm gonna go look and see if I can get down there to that shaman.
Another ad in the room.
Okay. I just noticed the dartboard. Like, we've been down in here how many times? Dozen times? 15 times? I've never seen the dartboard until just now.
Oh,
I'm out of mana.
Nice, Pepe. Looks like Pepe made a monk. Ixar Maduros.
Oh, nice.
nice.
Well, I haven't heard from, I don't think we've heard from Caracas, so that 6th slot might be open on Saturday morning, Pepe. Unless Tavares, was he making a Ixar?
I don't know.
I don't either. Alright, back I go. Alright, make sure I'm going down the right way. High Goblin Shaman. Which is not up. Priest is up. Ooh, who's Lenata the Exiled? She just added. I didn't hit her, but she added with the goblins. She's a dark elf, so I'm assuming it's bad faction.
I thought I remember us getting her before when we were in here last
I
time.
don't think she drops anything, if I remember correctly. It was just a weird ad.
Yeah.
Let me take the gobby first.
Yeah,
Inferno?
whichever one you want. They're all mizzed. Yeah, Pepe, no worries. I knew, I know Davaras had said he might play with us as well if Caracas comes back. So we'll, if there's space, we will absolutely be happy to take you for sure. And I'm sure it'll open up from time to time, as you've noticed before. Like your shaman joined us quite a few times because um, there's usually room on like Monday nights, for example. Play it by ear. Either way, Ixars are created and ready to go. Crinkled says she drops a nice ring. Lenata the Exiled. So go ahead and take her next.
Okay.
Oh,
She has,
pop behind the bar. So don't
Mm,
go behind the bar yet.
okay.
ooh,
Oh, she does a rain.
yeah, that was interesting. Oh, Fire Goblin ad. Miz. Miz.
Nada.
Oh, she's got a fire damage shield on her.
Nathan's up.
Pull him.
Pull the Nathan.
All
Should
right.
we run to the front to go get him?
No, Maduros will be able to grab him and get him from here.
Okay.
You and I will want to go hide behind the bar, though,
Okay.
after these two.
Yeah, without heals, I'm not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, the bar. Excuse me. The bar one just is that fire goblin. So once we kill him, we've got like 20 minutes until the next spawn. So we got plenty of time to go
Okay.
hide. Cower behind the bar like scared little elves that we are.
Yeah,
Don't
definitely.
poke me. I'm gonna die.
I don't want to die. At least I won't unlevel or de-level.
All right, I'm gonna just nuke this because he'll. Oh, did I move my
Oh,
nuke?
he's healing. Oh, he's healing. He's a priest.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. I'm gonna slow this, and let's go over here to the corner.
You want me to attack it?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
ping it whenever you want. No, Pepe, I'm only gonna play classic. I don't know anything about WoW retail, so yeah. Classic is the only thing on my agenda at the moment. Because right now, like if I was playing with Christina, if Chris was playing with me, I would play retail. But because my community and everything we do is kind of like old school MMORPGs, then we're sticking to like we play EverQuest, TLP, P99, retail. You know, it's not the same thing as like classic WoW, so we're doing classic WoW. Plus, I've never played classic WoW, so I'm having a lot of fun with it. So I may move to retail after I get done with Wrath of the Lich King. I have no idea though.
Do you think he's gonna jump on? I just sent a message in Discord too.
Oh yeah, he said he's hopping on.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
His version of "I'll be right there." Yeah, it's Nathan. He may be a few minutes.
He's a
It's like
wizard at heart.
Well, I'll go ahead and pull these since he's taking his time. If he's gonna stream it, he'll probably be a few minutes if he's getting his stream up and going and stuff. It's a Boken.
His ears must have been burning.
I made my. Well, I'll wait till he hops on.
Hey.
He is
Hey.
there.
Yeah, sorry.
No, man. Your grandma's more
It is.
important.
You switch up settings and everything's broke. I had to get my mic back on Discord. All right. Let's see. Where am I at? Okay, I'm outside the chasm. Cool.
All right. And I'm gonna invite you in the group just for a moment so that you can get a ping when Maduro's. Oh, I'm not the leader. Never mind. For once, I'm not in charge. Yay! Just go to a druid ring, Nathan.
Okay. Let me find
Maduros
the
will come
nearest
pick you up.
one.
Do you have any XP pots?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
I do.
perfect.
Good news, it didn't take that long at all.
Yeah, like an hour and a half, maybe.
Oh,
hour,
wow.
hour and a half.
Wow.
No, no, you
I'm
all
already
are.
62% into 30.
Yeah, you guys are gonna be flying.
Yeah.
I can pick you up in Furat.
Firot? Okay.
I think that's where you're at, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Yeah.
Yeah, just head towards the druid ring. I'll pick you up there.
Okay,
None
perfect.
crinkled because I mean, this is just
Just make sure you
we're
guys
PLing
got
Nathan and
buffs
Sparrow, but
before I head
they're
out
only going to
here.
be playing until Tuesday, and then they're done with these characters. And our guild is pretty much already wrapped up. Many of our players have moved on to a raid guild, and because I'm not raiding this time around, and the only ones left are my static group who are playing on Saturday
I
mornings, Sunday
wonder if
mornings,
my air
and
pet is
Monday
level 28
nights.
compared to my 18 water pet. Or if I should have went air,
Go air. You got plenty of time if you want to pull it out and
buff it up.
yeah, do it.
Also, Sparrow, late at night, I've got a little project going on right now where I'm trying to get my main character on Elder Scrolls up to max level because when we start the 101, I'll be earning whatever they're called in ESO, the AAs. I forget what they're called
Yes.
in ESO.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, man, I gotta get this guy to 50 because that means my little alt that we make will be contributing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. I like that they do that on ESO. If you make a new character, you're still helping your main.
Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, your alt has to be max level as well to
Yeah.
earn those. Yeah.
Oh, does he? So the one we're playing will have to also be max level to help the other one? Is that how it works? I thought you got a little bit just for. I probably just got it mixed up. It's been a long time.
I don't think so, but I could be wrong. It's been a while since I made an alt.
Yeah, it's
invite
me
sent.
too. I thought I remembered that, but I could be wrong. I might be thinking EQ too,
Oh, I forgot I gotta get weapon.
where you can just share your gains to AA. All right, I'm at the Druid Ring. I'll see you here.
I think he said you have an invite as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, you're already here.
Was that your new pet? Yeah, okay.
So, is anybody live right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, okay. Well, it wouldn't hurt anything to say it's live. The community has quite a few, enough people to show there's interest has been coming to me saying that after we get Vanguard, the emulation server at a decent population, maybe we should do a I don't know what platform to use, right? That would be for later. But possibly a fundraiser of some sort. Because we think we can shake that IP off of Daybreak for way lower than any of us thought. They have no interest in ever using it.
It would be nice if they, yeah, it would be nice if they had a number that they could, that people could
Yeah,
know
we
about.
would need a number before we started a.
Yeah, there's no reason to do a fundraiser until there's a number. Because if they
You're
said
right,
something
right.
like, hey, if you guys can raise 250 grand, you know, or if you can get 5,000 people, like if they could give us a goal to shoot for,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
that's what I'm trying to get them to do. At
Because
this
I'll
moment.
be honest, I don't know if you caught this in the Vanguard Discord, but the other day Zinix and Jackal were talking, and
Mm-hmm.
they were saying that hey, it's cool that there's all these people, but this happened the last time Renfell streamed and the last time Nathan streamed,
Yep.
and people came around for, you know, a month
And
and then they
that's
were
how it usually
gone.
works.
Then they were
Yep.
gone again. And that's more on, and this is no slight to them.
Right.
Absolutely, they are doing an amazing job working part-time doing what they've done
Oh
with
yeah.
that
Oh
thing.
yeah.
But there's not a real game there. It's a
Yeah.
partially finished emulator, and until there is 1 to 50 in all 3 spheres plus the raid content, there's not going to be enough to keep people going for more than 4 to 6 weeks because people
Yeah,
just run out of
and
stuff.
and the other part of that is that I got to the point where I was like, oh well, and at that time the paladin didn't even really work. I mean, it really didn't. I couldn't even do many things. And I was like, well, that was fun, but that's all we're gonna get out of the emulator. Moving on.
Yep.
This time I'm not planning on moving on. I mean, other games may take priority, but Vanguard will always get at least at minimum, one slot a week. So when I moved on, so did everybody else. They were like, oh, okay, well, we'll come back to this later, And same thing with your community. You quit, and of course, some people lingered for a little longer, and you know what I mean. That was it. So it's a little different when we actually are trying to do something.
Yeah, if we've got our static
So,
group, go ahead,
Nathan,
Madros.
you'll want to drop group, and then you and Sparrow, I guess, can form
Oh,
a group
right. Okay.
because you're not gonna get experience right now.
Okay.
Is it just /invite?
And then name, yeah.
Okay. I've dropped the group.
What name you going by, Nathan?
It's just just Nathan Napalm.
And if you hold here, you'll be safe here, Sparrow. I'm gonna make my way to them and so I can help
Yeah, I
them
think
get
I
here.
sent an invite.
Yep.
You guys at the entry, I'm assuming?
Yep.
Yes. Fighting a horde of goblins.
I'm gonna do something crazy, so when I get up here, I'm gonna hit my AoE stun, and then you should follow me. So we can just go to the camp. You ready? Don't fall in the lava though. I'm gonna stun all these and let's just move.
Oh, we're just gonna move. Okay.
Yeah. So 3, 2, 1 is the stun.
Okay.
Okay, coming down. Going through here, up past the trap. Into the room. You all with me? Yep, turn around. Right through here. Drop down. Through the door. Through this door. Through this door. Stop here. I'm gonna again go left up here. Up here. And go behind the bar with Sparrow, please. And then just
Oh wait. Shouldn't have tried that.
yeah, just
Hang on. How do you crawl? X. There we go.
yeah, just get behind the bar and then Murderos will get you because you should be able to get all the things on you right now with a thorns and everything.
Okay. Start attacking.
Yep.
All right. It's a lot.
That's a lot.
My EQ instincts are saying run.
Renfell might die, but the rest of you will be fine. I am going to do some mezzing here. Alright, I'm going to try to redo clarity here. Are you pinging him, Maduro?
Yeah, but I keep getting stuck under the bar. I don't know how that's happening.
Yeah, because it never happened before. That's weird. All right, I got that one locked down. All right, where's that other one?
He's on me now.
Yeah, I think I got him. Ugh. Hang on, I got to uncrouched.
And I know you're busy right now, but when you have a chance,
Yep.
we'll need clarity.
Yep. I had to redo it on this already. I need to get a haste on Nathan.
Do you have your XP potion on, Nathan?
I do. Yep.
Awesome. That should fly by pretty quick, especially with two of us now, because it took me forever just to stabby them. We're killing them fast now.
It's very rare that anybody ever comments that having a pally DPSing help, but I will
did.
take it. I will take it.
Definitely did.
There's a shaman over here. Is probably gonna be healing.
Oh, is he not mizzed?
Nope.
And from here on out, Nathan should be able to handle the pulls. Now that he gets all the aggro and the damage shield stuff.
So guess
Necro's
what I
pretty
got
fun.
to do all day yesterday? Be a pretend plumber.
Oh,
We
that's
had a
always fun.
major freaking blockage in one of our sinks.
Oof.
And it was not in the trap that is easy to do.
Nope, never
Of course,
is.
it was way back in the wall somewhere.
I was telling Maduros, it sounds like your day was like my brother's. So, my brother posted in the crafts channel yesterday some remodel pictures.
Uh-huh.
So his father-in-law bought a house near where they live so they could be close to the grandkids. And the house was inspected by a professional inspector.
Aye.
And my brother went in and was like, well, I'll help you remodel it. So they started pulling floorboards, and they knew there was a little bit of floor damage, and started getting in there and pulling floorboards off, and like, okay, some rotten floor joists. These are easy to fix. Started pulling more floorboards. Oh no, all the trusses, like all of the floorboards, all of the joists are rotten. Start pulling more floorboards in the next room. Oh, there's black
Oh,
rot
no.
everywhere. Start pulling more floorboards. The entire sill around the drip sill around the entire house is rotted and full of black mold, which means the house needs to be lifted off of its foundation
Oh my gosh.
and completely fixed. And that inspector gave it the all clear to be sold. And so my brother spent all day yesterday documenting and video recording everything. And then they're gonna have to make a demand of the inspector and be like, you fucked this up. Like your
Yeah.
insurance needs to cover this entire remodel. Otherwise, we're gonna sue your butt and take you to court.
Heck yeah, because the loan company's going to be pissed too.
Yep,
Because they wouldn't have agreed to that. You
Yep.
know what I mean?
yep, it's not a
And
good
the insurance
situation.
company's going to be pissed. Like, he's going to have some explaining to do. That's one of the reasons I would not want that job, because, like, you cannot screw up.
Yeah, if you
Won't
miss
make a mistake.
anything, yeah.
Yep.
not to one up you, but sounds like
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
multiple people had house horrors yesterday.
Dude, it was all day. I could not believe it. I was like, "Oh, this will be cool. I'll knock this out and I'll stream tonight." Heck no, dude! It was all day, dude. I don't know what all was clogging it, but I think it must have been like corrosion buildup further back there because
Yeah.
I literally had to use like a snake on a
Yeah.
drill. I couldn't just. I tried a regular snake, couldn't bust it. It felt like I was hitting a wall, and yeah, man, I had to like literally break it apart little by little.
That's when you know it's something real, when you have to get the drill snake.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Because I started out with the little plastic little guy. I thought it
Yeah.
was just hair. You know what I mean? It kept escalating.
Throwing
Like,
your
oh,
hand
okay, well
crank.
I'll go get my real snake, and then that wasn't it. And I had to go buy a new tool with the drill bit attachment. And it was like, good lord, man. My wife came home and was like, I don't remember. It's some simple menial task, but I had just gotten. I mean, I was wore out, man. It was like I've been in a fight all day, and some menial task, and I was like, I'm not doing that. And she was like, I've been at work all day. I was like, I have literally worked way harder than you all day. And I was like, okay, it's not worth fighting over. I'll just go do the easy thing.
Pop in here. Yep.
Maduros is AFK, so I would say just
Grab that fire goblin shaman.
be conscious of your health.
Let me get him on me. Oh, okay, heard that. I think I have to go out here. I don't think I'm getting them from over here.
Yeah. Yeah, we still haven't even replaced that piece of hose that we found buried. Chris just literally taped it all up and said that's a project for another day.
Yeah.
Neither one of
smart.
us wants to do plumbing. It's like, nah.
Yeah, it does suck.
I don't like plumbing.
And once you start, you just continue to find
Yes,
things,
because
you
you'll
know what I
find
mean?
more shit. It's like,
Yeah.
especially on like a
It's like a
25-year-old house
never-ending.
like this, it's like, the moment I start digging a trench, I'm going to get to the
Yep.
connector and I'm going to say, oh, the connector's leaking. I'm going to fix that. And then it's going to carry me down into the pit, because
Yep.
there's a cistern pit down in there. It's like, I don't want to have to do all that. There's cockroaches down there. Like,
Heck yeah.
The one good thing I will say is about the construction here is that it's all block. So on the plus side, I don't ever have to worry about rot or mold per se, because the only mold I'll ever get is superficial because it won't actually get into the material. So as long as you keep your block regularly cleaned, the mold doesn't ever have a chance to build up and get into it. But with wood, if you've got termites or humidity that's started to rot the wood, and then you've got the mold, it gets into the wood and then it starts to spread the spores, and that's nasty. And then it gets into the drywall, gets into the
Oh yeah.
wallpaper. The flip side is that it's a pain in the butt to do. There's no such thing as a simple remodel with block because it's all going to be a major. Just fixing an outlet becomes a major thing.
Oh, true. Yeah. Can't win, dude. You can't win. There's no winning.
No winning allowed. Life
Nope.
would be boring if you were always winning.
Good point.
I don't know. Charlie Sheen says we should always be winning.
Yeah, but he thinks his winning is not winning.
Little bit of
in the end.
little bit of tiger blood and a little bit of what was he on at the time? Bath salts. That was it.
Oh, what? I didn't realize that he was on bath salts.
Tiger blood and bath salts.
Wow.
Winning. I will say this. I like Charlie Sheen a lot, and I think he's just a flawed. I think he's the perfect example of the flaws in the Hollywood system if you grow up from the time you're a kid.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And and I was watching an interview with David Harbour, who plays the dad on Stranger Things, and he was talking about the. I'm gonna mez these so you don't get the crap beat out of you. He was talking about the as cool as it is for these kids on Stranger Things to have, he was 40 years old before he got famous as Hopper, right? And so he's like, I'm capable of dealing with the fame because I've been an actor for 20 years and I know the ups and downs. But he said these kids have come in from the time they were like 13 years old, and all they've ever known is winning. And
Yeah.
if they ever get a point where their brand suffers and they do a failed movie or a failed show,
Which will happen.
it
Which
will
will
happen.
Absolutely.
He said it's
Yep.
going to destroy them,
Yeah.
mentally.
Like Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
That's my favorite example,
Yeah.
man. Like, he's starting to come back out now and do some things, but man, I don't know what movie, I don't know what thing did it to him, but something screwed him up
Will
for
Wheaton's
a
another
while
good.
there.
Will Wheaton's another good
Hollywood.
example. Yeah,
He's
Hollywood, because
Hollywood, yeah.
Charlie Sheen is like the
Whoa, keep
extreme
going.
example of Macaulay Culkin. If Macaulay Culkin had just kept on doing films and gotten way more famous than he was, but I will say I've really enjoyed. Charlie Sheen has done some very enlightening interviews in the last couple of years, going on and doing these podcasts and stuff, and he's been very candid about that period of his life and what led up to it, and sort of the things that have happened to him since then, and just I think it was you just kept going from one thing to the next until he finally hit that brick wall and went, oh crap, I'm you know that would be an eye-opening experience for everyone, I think, for
Heck
anyone, I
yeah.
should say. Drugs are bad, okay?
Mm-hmm. You just do me a small favor. Just bring him in a little bit around the corner there.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was hurting your line of sight.
Yeah. Can't nuke around a little tiny counter edge. Oh, come here, pet. Bad pet. Bad pet. There we go.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Back. All right, I'm gonna quick go
Come
make
back.
a tea then.
All right.
Okay. Tiger blood. Tasty stuff.
Yeah, you guys were talking about house horror stories yesterday. Definitely makes the issue I had uh, seem like nothing. We had so where we live, our landlords, they pay for, because I live in a townhouse, so we don't own the property, and they pay a landscaping company to come mow.
Mm-hmm.
We have a pergola out back on our patio, and it doesn't extend past the patio. It made all last year and all this year, considering that in the springtime they're mowing twice a
Yeah.
week. Well, yesterday, I don't know what the heck they were doing. Somebody was going a little too fast on their little stand-up mower, and they ran in, ran into the pergola, and one of the bolts on it snapped, and there's a big gouge in it.
Mm.
Of course, I mean, it's not like it was super expensive. It was about like $1,200,
Yeah.
but and it's probably only gonna be like $50 to repair it with the bolts, and then I have to sand it and prime it
Nobody
so it doesn't
nobody owned
rust.
up to it though?
They did,
Okay.
yeah, they did, but my landlord was like, "You need to claim that on your
Oh, boy.
homeowner's insurance," and I was like, "It's your contractor, dude."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your insurance, not mine.
Nice try, though.
I was like, "We don't even have to go through insurance. Just I'll go get the stuff from Lowe's or whatever, and it's probably only gonna be like $50. Probably not even worth claiming it."
Brownie said he'll hook me up with a tea. He's so nice.
Is that before or after you threatened him with the whip? I'm gonna sick my pet on you if you don't give me my tea. I know that that's not true. I'm only teasing.
Yeah.
Bounty's
I
a nice
know.
guy.
Yes, he is. And I'm not horrible either. No,
right.
Hello. You forgot a little at the end there.
Sorry about that. I think I feel a little sting on my back from the lash. Yeah, everybody. So Sparrow's not bad, just an FYI.
Oh man.
Oh, now you know why Sparrow or Rimpo will be streaming with his shirt off. The shirt stings a little bit. The weight of the shirt's a little much.
to keep that weight off my back until the wounds heal.
Yeah.
Oh.
Man. The abuse I take.
Well, since you
I thought it, but I was afraid if I put in commentary, it might make it worse. But I thought of that. That's why I was laughing so hard when you said it. I was like, well, maybe I'll only make it worse if I say that. Maybe I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Is that a poison or a disease?
the stinging in my back,
Yeah,
you know, it's just-
That's definitely a dot.
Yeah, a dot. Yep, definitely.
Well, since you're both here now, Nathan and Sparrow, I recorded my first ever Pantheon video coming out on
Ooh.
Friday.
Okay. Nice.
It is a positive video. Very
Okay.
positive video. I'm really I'm excited about the
Thanks, baby.
the recent hire.
Yeah.
It has taken me. I think the analogy I used in the video was it took me from being kind of like on the outskirts looking through the fence, like I'm at the ball field, right? We're at the
Yeah.
ballpark. I was outside of the fence, just kind of looking through, and now I'm actually in the bleachers, sitting down and looking around, getting some popcorn,
Yep.
getting some,
Yep.
getting my hot dogs.
Got a pop in camp.
Oh, coming back. So I'm not lost.
And today is newsletter day? Or is that
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
okay?
Yep.
Awesome.
And then next week will be whatever
Roundtable
exactly. Yeah, whatever. I'm trying to keep my expectations down. I'm trying.
I
I'm
bet it's
trying.
just a live stream with Steve. If I had to guess.
Yeah, I would think that would be super hype for me. That'd be plenty for me because just hearing the guy discuss anything is noteworthy to me. Like even if it's just very simple, like what brought you to the team, what have you been up to the past many years?
I thought it was very telling when they were during the show and Chris. Does he prefer Chris or Joppa? I don't really know.
Pop.
Yeah, either. Oh, another.
Was saying, he's already banged out the banking system. He's already getting ready to bang out the death system. And that's when I immediately, you'll see in my video tomorrow, I paused it and went, that right there is the difference between a 30-year programming veteran and somebody who's working on a game for the first time and stumbling along the way and having to do refactors and refactor again and refactor again. Steve doesn't have to refactor. Steve's already done that kind of stuff so many times, he doesn't have to think about it. It's like second nature. So I think for me, that's what has made me sit up and go, oh, now I'm interested because now they have somebody on the team who can actually push all these systems to completion and stop the refactors. Because that right, I know how it works.
And two, because I'm really bad about just fanboying up on Clover. But Kyle was a really good hire too, because he's a professional.
Yeah.
He's the one that came in and was like, "Whoa, guys, this ain't gonna work long term. We're gonna have to clean this code up."
Yep.
And he still is, and I can't help it. I'm gonna be giving like major credit to Clover all the time for everything good in programming. But Kyle is also just a godsend for the project too. He just doesn't have the
Experience.
The name.
the name. Yeah, he just doesn't have the name. I think he has probably the experience. He just doesn't have the
He
big
just seems
name.
so young to me because I'm old.
Yeah, he is young. Yeah, but I think he's obviously really good.
Yeah.
And a lot of people got a little upset because I was like, I think the way I worded it, I was saying I think I said he is. I said Steve Clover is the lead programmer, right? There's several lead programmers.
Senior. Yeah.
It's senior, and what I meant when I said I actually said he was the lead. I was talking about the past projects, but people thought I was claiming that and like tossing Kyle in the trash, which I wasn't, or I didn't intentionally do that.
No, you or I would never ever intentionally trash
No.
anyone on that team.
Heck no, unless
Uh-uh.
I had a reason to.
Well,
Never
yeah.
given me anywhere near a reason to.
No.
Well, let's just hope they never have you talking to tables, because
But... Right.
I've seen what happens when
I don't like to talk to tables.
Tableist.
Yeah, I'm a table phobic, you might say. Ooh, these are popping back quick.
Oh, I hit
Really good
31 while
spot.
I was away.
Wow.
Congrats.
Congrats.
you.
What level is Nathan? Nathan is
I'm
28.
28. 82% though, almost 29 already. And I was only at 30, I think, when I got here.
Did you pop a pot?
Yeah, I did.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I said this yet or not. Not this Friday, but the next Friday I'll be on the road, unfortunately, so I won't be able to play P99. But if you guys want to go ahead and play without me, just do it, and I'll, I don't know, I'll just be a little behind, or we'll figure something out.
Yeah, we'll
Find somebody in the community to help me PL me back to whatever level you guys get to.
we won't. As slow as it goes, there's no way we'll get more than a level. Because I know
That's what I was thinking.
Mujin has leveled up a Shadow Knight for those moments when there might be one person missing. So
Yeah.
we could probably grab Mujin for sure with the Shadow Knight.
There you
Oh, I
go.
think he's he's 29 now, I think. Pop in camp.
I thought he had another character though that was our level.
I think he does keep one there.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not the Shadow Knight, but another one, I
Right.
think, that he keeps around us for backup, I think.
I thought so. I'll double check with them. I mean, we got plenty of time too, but worst case scenario, yeah, even if it's just the 5 of us, it's not like we're gonna get more than half a level or something.
Right. I'll just make sure you guys die once next time we play, and we'll be back even.
That's the solution right there. Because I tell you what, I lost an hour and a half of progress with one death last week, so that's a chunk.
Yeah, it hurts.
It does. And Bounty and I will have a vacation week coming up in August. It's 15th to the 19th. And we're only gone until the 17th, so technically we could get back from the cottage and then play that night. So
Hang on, August what now?
15th to 17th, we're at the cottage.
Oh, that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You're fine.
Yeah. Well, Thursday then. We'll be back Thursday.
Oh, for Warcraft.
Wow.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, tonight is WoW, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it is. I leveled up one time last night to get me. I wanted to be 37, I think.
Okay.
Thought that'd be a little better for.
Yeah, we did. We'll do Oldemon prereqs tomorrow or tonight. That'll probably take up the whole session. I don't think we'll have time to also run the dungeons because we did it last night with the higher level tunes, and it still took like an hour and a half just to run the
Okay.
dungeon. So that'll at our level, it'll probably be a full 2-hour run just to do the dungeon.
Okay.
I think 35.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
that's good enough. Yeah. And I don't know what it looks like on Ural's End for WoW night yet, but what we're doing is very smart. We may not be seeing the benefits of it I don't know if you guys are or not, but I don't know if you guys saw, but they did that little, I don't even know what to call it. Blizzard did like a post about Wrath of the Lich King. It
Dread
was really
Knights
well written.
yesterday. Oh, it was awesome.
Yeah.
It like had the struck
Yeah.
out words. Like I thought
Yeah.
it was very good. No,
That was so good.
we're up to 92 people in the guild now, and everyone's chomping at the bit. We've got like another 15, 20 people who have said that they're just waiting for them to turn on the pre-patch and they're going to
Yep.
join the guild and be ready to go.
Yep.
So the moment that they make the announcement that Wrath is officially coming and we get the launch date, we get pre-launch, I'm already leaning hard into it because I'm playing Wednesday nights now on top of Thursday nights, plus I'm playing my mage 4 or 5 days a week. Um, I'm already hard into Warcraft right now, and once they make
Yeah.
that announcement, it's
It's
on like
on.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
oh,
I'll be streaming a little more too because I don't I've got my alt that's already level 59, 60, something like that. So I'll start streaming him too.
did Winter? Is she for sure gonna join us with the character just boosted?
I want her to, but I don't know if she will. We'll just have to see. I wouldn't count on it because she's like kind of in freak out mode right now lately.
What's up,
I don't know
Jose?
how long this is gonna last.
Welcome aboard. Oh, just
Uh,
about life. Yeah, I get you. I get
yeah,
you.
just life and her grandma and
Yeah, that's not
she's
a good
just
time.
she's not herself right now. So I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know
Add
what'll
pressure
happen.
to it. No, that's
Yeah.
so I could speak to this because Chris has very much our niece has been here for the past few days, all the kittens and everything else, and Chris tried to sit down and to draw last night because she
Yeah.
wanted to try to do an image for us and she just couldn't. Her mind is like in 20 different places and I turned over to ask her a question while I was streaming and she just literally like shut the tablet off. I was like, "That's it. I'm done. I'm not drawing tonight." And I was like, "What happened?" And she's like, "I just can't. There's too many distractions." Rah!
Yeah.
And she just
Yeah.
had like a meltdown, not mad at me, but just like she was just overly
Stress.
stressed to be able
Yeah.
to want to draw because for her drawing is something she literally made the request last night. She's like, she said, "I just need my own office where I can just
Mm.
go,"
Yeah.
because she says when I draw I want to be my headspace needs to be I'm here, I'm by myself, there's no distractions, I've got 3 to 4 hours, I can just listen to my music, and that's hard to do in the same room when I'm constantly streaming because there's always going to be the
Yeah.
buzz of my voice in the background.
Oh
And
yeah.
then on top of it, her niece is here, so she's worried about her niece. And then there's all the cats and the kittens, and they're finally starting to become independent for outside. But I totally understand what you mean by Winter might not be in the right headspace right now for.
Yeah. But it may, that could change any day. But
Sure.
she loves to raid. I mean, absolutely just loves it.
Well, we're gonna have time for that because
But she's gotta play now or soon if she wants to be there. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens. She's just in a rough spot in life, man. Her foot's broke.
oh yeah, of all the things,
It's like, oh my gosh, what else could go wrong?
all the things. Don't say that. Don't say
Never
that.
ask.
Yeah. No, trust me, it's not. It could be worse, but ding.
Grats.
Hey, Grats.
You only had the one plumbing issue. Don't make it worse.
right.
You don't need a termite infestation on top of it.
Right.
Or a flood or
Or a
roof
flood, yeah.
cave in or,
tornadoes. Oh, he's running.
running. Fucking.
I am gonna take advantage of some free child labor if my niece keeps staying with us, though.
Heck yeah.
Get her off that Netflix.
You
I've
gotta
been,
find
I've
a
been
way to make it fun. You know what I mean?
right.
Make it like seem like it's something real cool.
Yeah, we'll go
And
do something all of us together. I've been letting her enjoy it because even Chris was like, she's at least she's helping with dishes and stuff. Because she just all she's done for 3 days is Netflix, and I'm a little okay with that because it's a chance for her to be with a cool aunt and uncle and unwind and have be a kid, and not have to worry about all the her
yeah.
older sister just had a baby and there's all sorts of stuff going on in the house and she was just
I
like, "Can I
I
come stay with you guys?"
personally I have this weird problem where like I don't know why I'm like this, but little girls I can't like make them work or anything. I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't know why I can't. I just can't do it. But like my son, I'll just be like, "Hey, you wanna do some manly stuff today?" "Yeah, Dad." "Okay, come on, let's go. Go do some work." you know. But like my daughter, it's just like I can't do it. Can't make her do anything. I feel bad.
I think bounty code survives by bribery.
Yeah, I was gonna say I get away with bribery with her and her sister. I just get to be the cool uncle who's like the gamer guy who shows up with gifts once in a while, and
Yeah.
they do have memory. I mean, at least this one has the memories of me, carrying her backpack and stuff for a few months. So there's at least I have that sort of. I was there at that crucial point, so that has stuck with her. Whereas the other one, we never had that bonding moment, so I haven't ever really been able to bond with the older one who just had the baby, and
Mm.
she's just kind of doing her own thing in life. So we'll see. Hopefully, I mean, knock on wood, she's doing better. But I think kids when they don't have parental figures can get into a lot of trouble, and
Yeah.
um,
Or have to grow up too fast
they grow up
because
too
of
fast is the big
yeah.
thing. I'm not a big fan of. I mean, it is what it is. It just is what it is. I don't want to
Yeah.
offend anybody, but the pregnancy is she's young. It makes me
Yeah.
nervous. It's like, oh, you didn't even get a chance to go to college, and now you've got a
Mm.
baby, and oh,
Yeah. They find a way.
yeah, they will. I mean, my parents found a way. I mean, they had me when they were 16 and 17.
Yeah, my parents too.
I just left home when I was 15.
Oh,
So,
really?
yep.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I've been on my own since 15 as well. I didn't leave though. I got kicked out. So, but I know what you mean about being on your own from a teenage perspective, growing up fast. When you left, did you go live with roommates or family or?
Started with friends,
Gotcha.
roommates. I never lived like on my own. It was always with somebody's family or I
Sure.
lived with my aunt for a couple years and then moved out,
Nice.
but had to pay rent and everything there,
Yep.
so
Yeah.
That's why I never finished high school because
I did finish high
it's
school.
I was working two jobs to pay rent and a car payment and trying to go to school, and it wasn't working out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to do like the whole government thing cuz my parents were not responsible.
Mm.
So
I
did
did
that to
get
get
my
through high school and then did loans to get through college, which have been paid off since, but
nice. I did get my GED at the very least. I went and did that when I was like 19, I think, or maybe 18, something like that. But I never went to college. That is the one. If there's, I don't really have a lot of regrets in life, but I do have that one regret. I never went to college.
I don't regret it, but it wasn't useful.
Yeah. I went and I just started feeling like I'm wasting my money, and
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. Like
I
I
found a way to
haven't.
get what I wanted for free.
Yeah,
so
I
I did
haven't.
that.
I haven't done anything in life that I would have needed a college degree to do, but I wanted to go get a degree in archaeology. So there's always been that thing that's like
Ooh.
tickled the back of my mind that says, what if I had gone and done that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Could I have gone and done this, that, or the other? Because when I was younger, it was like I wanted to get a degree in archaeology and become like a historical fiction writer and write like historical fiction, historical fantasy type stuff. So there's always been that curiosity of if that had happened, what would have been different.
Honestly, you don't need a archaeology degree to write historical fiction.
No, that's why. I mean, I've made it as a writer without needing any degree, and technically, I
Mhm.
make shit up all the time. It's just
Well, I mean, just research, right?
right
For
these
historical
days. These
fiction.
days,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, you kind of look like an archaeologist. I gotta
There you
say,
go.
you would that makes sense.
I said this during one of our presents. Yeah, right. I totally said this in one of my presentations when Chris and I were still doing speaking gigs. I told people that because when we were doing the travel blog thing, we were getting paid to go around the world and do, you know, different places, and you get brought in by the local tourism boards, which is not the federal government, but it's the local government bringing you in. And while you're there, you tend to go look at old ruins and you tend to go to historical sites and museums, and that's where they take you. Like they'll take you out to this place that's been there for 2500 years and it's a tourist attraction and they want you to take pictures of it and all this other stuff. So I said in a way I've still been able to do the things even though I'm not specifically working on a dig. I've still been able to go play Indiana Jones at these sites,
Yeah,
take the pictures, see the sites, write about the things without actually ever needing to do a dig or have a degree. So in a way,
which I would think is probably the fun things you envisioned you wanted to do, right?
no, there is I would have loved I do there's a part of me that would love to be involved in an actual dig like
That would be
because
cool.
I've watched a lot of videos and that stuff fascinates me like the analytical side of archaeology where it's the preparation of the site, the meticulous nature of needing to grid out everything and dig bit by bit with tiny brushes and that stuff fascinates me like and then getting
Oh,
down and you're like you find a piece of pottery and it's like are there other pieces of pottery here,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then they're sifting through bones and debris and the carbon dating like all that stuff just and it's a highly technical field like in terms of what you need from a mathematics standpoint. um so that's the only thing. I really don't have a lot of regrets in life, but there's that one tiny little tickle in the back of my mind. And I wished I would have paid more attention to Bulgarian classes when I was living there, because I do regret not speaking Bulgarian.
Whoa, must have messed up on my.
The bearded Indiana Jones.
my pet hit someone. I'm confused.
I think he is too.
What's wrong?
There's mobs he was chasing that are almost dead, but I don't know.
I may
Yeah, I
have.
had to, yeah, one ran, and I didn't want it to go grab a train, so I chased it down and started beating
Oh,
it.
gotcha. I was just confused.
See, it's funny. As a kid, I would not have been able to handle the military, but as an adult, I wished I would have. As an adult, I have the mindset to handle the discipline and the dedication that the military requires of you. And I see a lot of benefits if you can avoid the brainwashing of the military. I think there's a lot of benefits to doing that as a career. And as an adult, I think it would be cool to
Fish and
participate
wildlife in
for like a
college,
5 year
and really
plan, but they
enjoyed
won't
it.
let you
And I
past
got
a
accepted
certain
into
age.
the third year, but I didn't want to pay. I couldn't get more student loans,
Mm.
so I had to pay rent and all that. So went to work instead. Ended up at a casino, being a dealer.
Mm. Blackjack? What'd you deal?
Blackjack to start, yeah. And then ended up. I did a lot of baccarat, mini baccarat,
Hmm.
some pai gow poker at the end.
So what you're saying is Bounty Code had a gambling problem when you met him, and
No, I didn't meet him at the casino. Well, we met in high school.
nice. Never actually been to a casino.
No,
No,
good place to lose money.
all the poker I played was online poker, so I never actually been into a casino.
Well, I guess I have been in one. I, I've only gambled on one that was on a boat.
I liked dealing mini baccarat. That was really fun.
I don't think I've ever
And it
even
was
played that.
where I was near Toronto. It was a high Asian clientele at baccarat, and they were always so cool. I mean, not
Visited a
100% of
mammoth
the
dig
time,
site in
but
South Dakota.
they
Well, that
were
sounds
really fun to
cool.
deal to.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I always liked being in the mini baccarat pits. And it almost felt like it was a cultural thing to be there gambling instead of just a hoping to win money or there just to party or whatever. It was
Oh
much more
yeah,
of like a cultural place to hang out.
Mm-hmm.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
so
it's
it was a
familiar
different
to them.
feel.
Yeah, and and gambling is just looked at so differently. I'm assuming I don't know anything about that game, but it sounds like, based on the name, it's a Japanese game. Is that right?
I think it's Chinese, but I
Oh, never
could be
mind then.
wrong, but I think
Oh
it's
well, yeah, and their culture too. They do the thing where they'll just like set up a this may be old, but back in the '90s, they would set up like a little table like in the street and just that's there'd be a dealer there, and you know what I mean. It was just totally different than like in America where you gotta go to like a specific place to gamble and all that.
yeah, it's almost more like you see in the movies where people go to the parks to play chess or
Mm-hmm.
something, right?
Right, right, right,
It's
right,
more
right,
that
right.
feel to it.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
not wrong about the cultural thing too, because I can speak to that just a little bit because when I was getting going as a writer and doing lots of internet content writing, I did quite a few gambling related websites, starting with poker and then moving beyond that, and sports betting and the like. And it always fascinated me when I was doing the research projects ahead of the actual website content because the United States has such strict rules on gambling that most of the other countries of the world do not. And so it very much is this thing where in most other countries it's culturally acceptable to gamble and it's part of the culture, as you say, especially in the Asian cultures. Um, and even in the UK, like sports betting in the UK is such a huge thing that makes almost no sense to most people from the United States because they just it's not allowed. It's not permitted to do sports betting. Um, you can bet on horse races and you can go to casinos, but outside of that, it's pretty restricted in the U.S. Like you just can't bet on so many things.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know um what is it? European politics are, but here we have this idea in North America anyway that it's the government's job to take care of us and make sure we don't hurt ourselves and do bad things,
Right.
right? Where I don't think they have that so much over there. Where
Yeah,
it's
I
like
No.
wouldn't
you're a
think
big
so.
boy, you can
You're right.
decide, big girl, you can decide whether to gamble. We're here, we're like, oh, well, no, if the government doesn't tell us what to do, what are we gonna do?
That is the best commentary I've heard in a long
So true.
time.
It's so true.
Oh
If they
my
don't put a
And it's
warning label on the soap, I'm gonna have
right.
to drink it just to test.
yeah. And you know what? As a person who's lived explicitly and solely in the United States, even I sometimes, even though I know better, I will
Right.
start to say things like that,
You
right?
fall into it.
Like
Yeah.
like the choking hazard thing with the egg things. I don't even remember what they're called. You know what I'm talking about?
Kinder
Where
Oh,
it's
like
like a
eggs.
hacking peanuts or something?
no, that
Kinder.
it was like an edible. Yeah, that's it. And it's illegal in America. And my daughter was asking
Oh my
why.
gosh. Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah, and
Oh
you
my
know what? As a person who grew up in America, I did say that. I was like, well, hey, of course it's illegal. That's little tiny kids are getting those, and they don't know. They just grab the egg and start eating, and they choke on the thing. And why should
Mhm.
little kids, die over a stupid product? And you know what?
I
The
survived kinder.
parents
I need the
should
T-shirt.
be not letting their kid maybe eat a toy, right?
Well,
Like,
Right.
yeah, like tell them, oh, there's a surprise inside. Don't
right?
Yeah, but
eat it.
like,
Yeah,
it's also there's an accountability level of if, the
Yeah.
parents aren't even there to pay attention and the kids are sucking down a
yeah, which is
plastic toy.
common, right?
But it's so funny because the reason I knew exactly what you're talking about is because Kinder eggs are not illegal in Mexico. And so
Right.
when Chris and I were running the Airbnb in Cancun for those 4 years, there were two things that Americans wanted to take back to
Oh yeah,
the United States. One of them was Cuban cigars,
of
because you
course.
could get Cubans easily in Cancun or just go across to Cuba. And the second, believe it or not, was Kinder eggs.
Oh, wow.
That was like those were the two things that people wanted to take back to the United States because they could easily get there. You could go to Walmart here and you could just buy 50 Kinder eggs, stack them in your, stuff them in your suitcase and take them back, but you can't buy them in the U.S.
Yeah, you can have
Americans
them in the
love their
U.S. You just
murder
can't buy
chocolate.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they say my daughter says because we used to get them for her when she was way younger and they were legal. Um, she swears it's the best chocolate she's ever
It
had.
it is
So.
very good chocolate, very very good
I grew
chocolate.
up with them at Easter.
Yeah, Wolfen. I mean,
I survived. I need the T-shirt. I
Nevada has
survived
very.
Kinder as a child.
Love it.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
That might be on Cringe Funny TV. That's pretty good.
Oh,
It's a
gosh.
Yeah, I
tourist thing,
survived
right?
without supervision.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Gen X kids? Come on.
Yes.
The original latchkey kids.
Like I used to, so I got to think about some of the stuff that my brother and I used to do. So one of the things we used to do, as an example, was, you build a ramp out of wood and you go jump your bikes off of it, right? No helmets, no knee pads, no
Oh
protection
yeah.
whatsoever. And the goal was always, how big can we make this ramp? How
Oh
steep can
yeah.
we make the ramp? How far can we jump? How big can we jump? There were so many times where I've got both of my knees have massive scars on them from just falling and just eating the crap out of my knees and getting gravel embedded in your leg and and that was just one component. Like the other one that people make fun of all the time, which I won't even do as an adult because as an adult it terrifies me, but drinking out of a hose in the hot
Oh
summer,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
like
do that.
I don't anymore because I've had stomach problems a few times and I get
Mm.
paranoid about bacteria. But it's not a bad thing for kids to be exposed to those types of things because what doesn't kill you literally makes you stronger. Like
It really
if
does.
you can
Yeah.
survive a water hose in the 105-degree heat in July, then you'll probably survive any type of bacteria that
Dude,
life could throw at
I'm
you.
such a sick, disgusting human being that I like the taste of the rubbery hose
It's
water.
it's not bad, but I
I like
also
it. I actually enjoy it. Like, yeah, it reminds me of my
That is
childhood.
summer, man. That's summer.
Yeah,
so
that's summertime.
it is
Yeah.
summertime, and I also growing up on a dairy farm, like you would literally, you'd take a squirt right out of the tit, right into your mouth. And to think about that in today's world where people are so
Hmm.
paranoid about the bacteria factor. First of all, oh, it's not been pasteurized. And second of all, you may have wiped most of the manure and everything else off of the tit before you did that, but there's still bacteria that can be in the actual chamber for that first pump if you don't know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
you
about.
gotta squirt that
Yes,
out.
I'm
Yeah.
doing graphics on the on my
Are you?
streams. Like
Yeah,
you
you
got to
don't
do the
squirt
first
that in your bucket.
yeah, you got
Yeah.
to do the first pump and then the second pump is the one that you can drink. And it is safe. It's just milk, but people get all
Well,
freaked out about, it's
well,
not
no,
been pasteurized.
I do think though that the new generation does know a little bit about that, except for they're still on mama's teat till they go to college.
But I'm tits.
But I think you can do the first squeeze on that. I think I don't know.
Yeah, I think, we've told our kids they can stay as long as they're not doing anything ridiculous or. And I think that comes from, like I said, I left home at
Yeah.
15. My parents were not
Oh yeah,
responsible. And I'm like, you know what? My kids are going to know I'm there for them.
Hmm.
We don't coddle our kids either. Like,
right,
we've
right.
definitely found that balance of we've taught them to be independent and to think things through. And they're still learning as well, but they're still young.
Yeah, we do the same thing. We tell our kids, you can stay as long as you want, but
Yeah.
you'll have to follow the rules as long as you're here. But
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
we'll loosen them as you get older. But
And our kids have been doing chores. I'm like, look, we homeschool. You've been here all day. I am not cleaning up after a family of 6 people all on my own.
Yeah,
Like
that's not fair.
Chop
everybody is
chop.
chipping in. Yeah,
Yeah.
and everybody does. They have their daily chores. We all do our thing. People have dishes. We rotate through. It works awesome. There's no reason to not stay.
It's a good system. It really is, and it works fairly well until the whip needs to be cracked. But
I'm all right with that.
yeah, Sparrow's got some practice with that whip.
Oh yeah.
My back can attest to that.
Need
No,
some
I think
levels
it's
today. Let's go.
chop chop chop.
Yeah, who is up like at 5 a.m. like Sparrow, Nathan, where are you? Let's
Yeah,
go.
that may or may not have been me today.
Yeah, who's cracking that whip?
I woke up at 5:30 and then or excuse me 6:30, not 5:30. I woke up at 6:30, but I already had a video program to go out at 7, and I was literally like got up, made coffee, got everything going. I was like, I gotta go power level Sparrow. And Chris was like, all right, see you later. And I like came in here and immediately was like, chop chop, let's go. 6 o'clock, we got shit to do.
I was up. Wasn't 6 o'clock my time.
George Carlin had a very good bit about the only things you need to wash. I think it's armpits. What is it? Mouth, armpits, asshole, crotch. Those are the 4 things you need to wash daily. Everything else you don't need to
Yeah.
wash daily. And
Yeah.
he's got a bit that goes along with that about the bacteria. Like people are, too many germaphobes, and it's gotten way worse because of COVID.
Yeah.
In terms of, I will say this. I think I may have been talking about this on a stream the other day, not with you guys, but on one of my solo streams. But I will say the one thing that's come out of COVID is that I was never a germaphobe really to begin with, but I have become more conscious about the how little I used to wash my hands before COVID and how little or infrequently other people wash their hands, especially in bathroom
Yeah.
scenarios or the supermarket. Like I never used to think about, and now because of COVID, I'm much more conscious of like going into a supermarket setting and watching people like sneeze, pick their nose, bite their nails, whatever, and then handle the fruit.
Yep.
And then you might go handle that same fruit, and then 30 seconds later you're wiping your eye or you're scratching your nose or whatever. Like you don't even you never even think about it. Now take that apple and multiply it by the 5,000 people that come into the supermarket every day, and I went, ooh, that's kind of scary. Like
Yeah.
from a vector perspective.
And not to add to anybody's germophobia here or anything,
Mhm.
but also the apple didn't just appear in that grocery store. There was a whole handling process
Yes,
to get it there,
all the way to get there.
and that's behind, for you anyway, it's behind closed doors. So I've always been freaked out about like fruit and vegetables. Like I've overwash and
Well, I never
it's
did,
always
and
bothered me.
this is also why after 2 years in Mexico, I got intestinal parasites, and that was an eye opener for me because I never worried about any of that stuff,
Yeah.
and because I wasn't worried about it, I got parasites, and that was not a fun experience, and that led me to go, oh, maybe I should be paying more attention to where my fruit comes from and how long something's been sitting out in the sun before I eat it, and other stuff.
Yeah, and you know what really is the worst part of all that is that like nature always wins one way or the other. So like
Yeah.
the more clean and sanitized we are, the more mutations they'll do.
Yes.
And the more
Balance to be
resistant.
sure.
Yeah, it's like goodness gracious. Like
I
you
mean,
get really can't wait.
I feed a lot of people every day, so I am always washing my hands. It's never been an issue for me, but kids will make you sick
Yes.
constantly,
Yes.
especially
Yeah.
if they're going
Yeah.
out to school or some
Yes.
kind of
My
daycare
brother
or whatever.
My brother has strep throat like 3 times a year. And I'm like, dude,
Hmm.
I haven't had strep throat in like 20 years. And the reason
Yep.
is because I'm not around
Kids.
kids. Like,
Yep.
the last time I had strep throat was when my aunt was running a daycare and I was in my early 20s, late teens, early 20s, and I was staying with my aunt and uncle. And the reason I was getting strep throat was because her kids were getting strep throat because she was running a daycare. It's like, I don't miss strep throat. For
No.
sure.
I would say I'm pretty hand washy. But I
Yeah,
gotta
I do
worry about
quite a
other
bit
people
myself
too.
too. I wash my hands a lot because I touch my face like every
Yeah.
30 seconds. You know, like I don't know why I do that, but
Well,
I'm grabbing my beard. I'm something.
I grab my beard a lot. The beard is a bad. Once the beard got long, I can't leave it alone, and that's a.
Mm.
And I'm also like constantly rubbing my eyes and
Yeah, me too.
you know,
Yeah.
it's just it is what it is.
There's always something needs to be touched on
Scratched.
my face. Like it's a never-ending process.
I bother you for a shield of thorns for my pet. It just wore off.
Got 3. I think I came here with Drac not too long ago in the same room. I think.
Oh, yeah, the level.
I think so. Like last year, maybe.
How close are you to 30?
Let me see. Ooh, 71%.
Mm.
Yeah, Crypt is interesting. Get me to play Final Fantasy 14 with them and get it back into the rating. So I looked into it, and it's like, man, there's no way I have time for that. That's a full-time job right there.
Yeah. I'm not going full time any game until Pantheon comes out.
Yeah, me too. I definitely can't go full-time 14. That's not even like, it doesn't even fit my
Right.
profile of what I'm like. You know what I mean? Like, I did play it a long time, had a lot of fun, but that was a time when we had given up. We didn't think MMOs were gonna make a comeback to what we liked. You know what I mean? I'd given up until Pantheon was announced. I didn't think anybody would ever make a new game that was what I liked. You know what I mean? So I was just going with the flow.
Thanks for the subscription, Miles. Welcome aboard to the
And
MMO
the
and
day I
RPG
learned about Pantheon
Central
was the
here.
last day I played 14. I couldn't even go back and play it while I was waiting.
It's just such a totally different game. It's a story-driven solo MMO that you can then do instance dungeons and raids with
Yep,
people.
the raids is the that is the component that is even remotely like what we normally enjoy to do all the time.
Right. And that works for the people that like it, but that doesn't work
Yeah,
for
we
me.
definitely clean all of the packages coming to our house
Unless I
now.
want a solo game. Like I've definitely thought about popping on and just going through the storyline as like an
It does have a
RPG.
really good story. It really does.
Are you guys talking
Mhm.
about Final
Uh,
Fantasy?
yeah.
I tried that back when I tried last year when I bought everything for the
Mhm.
PS4. I played for about 40 days. I got like every day. I played every single day for like 3 to 4
Yep.
hours. I went through the entirety of the Realm Reborn, all the post-patch, pre-patch. What's the first expansion? Dragon something?
Yeah,
Um,
Dragon's Song or
something like that.
yeah, whatever. Heaven's Sword. No,
Heavensward.
Heaven's Sword.
No,
Yeah.
Heavensward's the second one. There's the maybe
Is
I
it?
don't remember. Whatever. I got into the
Well,
next
whatever.
one,
I know
which
what you're
is
talking
all
about.
about the dragons, and I got like
Yep.
2 weeks into playing that, and then I just got bored. It was like the story. Here's my problem that I had with Final Fantasy XIV story mode. You start getting into a really interesting part of a storyline. You do
Hmm.
6, 8, 10 quests in a row that are all about that, and then all of a sudden they just stop and they send you off on a completely different
Yeah. Yeah.
mission where you run 3 or 4 quests, 3 or 4 quests, 3 or 4 quests, and then here you get another chain that takes 6, 8, 10 quests. Then they stop that one and just send you right back to where the other one left off like 3 weeks
Yeah.
ago. And it's like, no, like, I don't like to quest that way. I very much like the way Lord of the Rings Online does it, where if you just follow the book quests, ignore all the other stuff, and just follow the book quests, it's a linear path from point A to point B, like Star Wars: The Old Republic. And those kind of single player storylines, I can I can enjoy because I'm following them
Yeah,
all the way
what's
along.
actually happening there, and it's hard to know this when you're doing it, but what's actually happening when they're doing that, because they do that, that is their style of telling stories. But what you don't realize, sometimes when it's happening, you're like, why am I even doing this? Has nothing to do.
Yes.
Actually, it does. It has everything to do. You just, the way they write this story, you just have no idea until later. You're like, oh, now I see. So, but the problem is a lot of people are like you, and they get to that point, like, you know what, I'm sick of having to do all this extra dumb stuff, and they quit before they get to that, oh, I see now moment. So, you know, it's just a type of writing that Square Enix is known for that doesn't
So
work for a lot of people, you know?
I got to interrupt. Newsletter just came out. Pantheon has secured 2.4 million US dollars from private investments.
What? Sweet!
Added,
Private
yeah,
investment.
hang on. Added to the funds raised in earlier stages of Series A funding, our total investment capital raised to date is now 5.34 million, which is the first time I think they've ever made these numbers public.
Yeah, they've usually said something like 4-figure. Or,
Yeah.
wait, is that? Let me do the math here. That wouldn't make sense. Not 4-figure.
7-figure.
7-figure or whatever. Not
Yeah.
4-figure. I guess I've technically given them 4 figures.
So I'll let you guys. Obviously, we can, you guys can read the newsletter at your leisure, but it says that next week Carnage is going to talk with Chris Rowan and Chris Perkins to talk about what the investment means for Pantheon. That's going to be at 11 a.m. on July 27th. And then it says on July 27th, we're offering a limited time sign of the Black Rose Pledge Package, which starts at $50. The new pledge includes all the. Wait, how is that? That's a different
Wait,
one.
this might. Wait.
The next pre-alpha test is scheduled for this summer.
Okay.
The sign of the
Yeah.
Black Rose Pledge is going to be at $750, which is going to include a whole bunch of other stuff. That's just the gist of it. You guys obviously go read it in greater detail.
Perfect. Well, as soon as I hit 30, then I'm gonna have to roll because I'm gonna have to make a video real
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah, that'll be
I
interesting
got
because
some
I
writing
already
to do.
made my video for tomorrow, but I will actually want to cover this as well on the heels of that other video. It's very, but it's at the, I'm for me the focal point is the fact that they've made those numbers public for the first time ever.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Which
That's some pretty
knowing
big numbers. I mean,
it's
added to what they've already
enough,
done. I mean, you know what
right?
I mean. If that was all they had, it wouldn't be. But knowing that, that's quite a bit to add to the bank. You know.
Well, there was already scuttlebutt that they must have got funding taking on Steve
I
Clover.
am stunned,
So
by the way. I, almost back at you
that was
guys.
my
I'm in the
guess as
hallway.
well.
Come on.
But
let
now
me
it's
move.
fact.
That
Can't wait
figure,
to
it
read it.
says this figure, the 5.34 million, is additional to crowdfunding.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. So it's a pretty good. I'm gonna die, guys.
Where
If you
you
go
at?
straight out the door and just keep going straight, I'm just gonna go to healing mode now. Try to keep myself alive here. I just can't move.
You're good. I got you. Maybe run if you can.
Can run now.
I got you. I got you.
Just
Okay.
keep running.
Okay, well now let's pull them back in. They just stunned me and were beating me up. It's a big pull. It wasn't originally.
I do need a bio after we get this under control.
Heard that.
Ding 32.
Congrats.
Nice. Congrats.
I might actually wait till after the Carnage video to do my next one. Because I'd like to hear what they're going to talk about I mean, the investment number itself is a cool feature to talk about, but...
Yeah, and for anybody listening excited about pre-alpha, from the past, and they're saying summer. We're talking like probably late August.
Yeah, and that also they said pre-alpha, so that means that alpha is nowhere near yet. So I'm not compelled to buy anything
Well, yeah,
yet.
there's no way they would have jumped straight to alpha.
No.
You know, they're
Mm-mm.
gonna run some pre-alphas to make sure that
That
Well,
the
yeah.
network's
suggests
back.
to me that alpha is probably not coming this year.
Well, I don't know about that.
I don't know. Yeah.
I think it still is. I think they're just gonna run some pre-alpha sessions because alpha's gonna be a big deal for them. Everybody will that's gonna make a wave, and they're going to really want to make sure that everything's running properly and it can handle all the people
How
first.
often
So,
have they ran
I s-
pre-alpha tests in the past?
It
uh,
depends when.
yeah,
Like right now, there's a
What's
drought of it, but
yeah.
what's the
There's
most
been a drought
frequent?
because of the network stack. At one point they were running them about once a month, I would say.
Okay.
Well, I get if you go way back, technically they were doing them, about once a week. But that was like, I mean, you can't even count that. That was before the refactor. That was so early that they
right.
just slapped
But
something together.
even Joppa was talking about having them every couple of weeks once they get it to
Right.
where they want it.
Yeah.
That it needs that. Right now,
Yep.
it doesn't need it. It's been like a year, so
Yeah. Yeah.
it just depends on what stage of development they're on and what they need. Because testing is for them; it's not for
Yeah.
us. Right?
They legitimately pre-alpha's legitimately like, hey, we have this thing, we need to test
Yeah.
it. Everybody do this thing. It's not a Um, it's
Right.
not an early access by any means.
No. No.
Still a lot of fun, but
Mhm. Well, it's a
not.
lot of fun if you like that. Some people
Yeah,
might get frustrated by that.
that's true. Good point. Good point. Yeah, if you're into that and it's you like seeing it come together and
Yeah.
be a part of it, then it's really fun. If you don't and you like just to play a game that works,
Yeah, that's not pre-alpha.
it's not for you. Yeah, but they do want alpha to feel that way. You know, they want alpha to feel like it's a working thing, right? Like you're gonna find bugs, but they want alpha to feel, which is crazy. That would normally be beta in today talk. So continent, one whole continent, and pretty much good to go. Is kind of what alpha is.
Wasn't it 1 to 30 though?
Yes, 1 to
Yeah.
30. Yes, 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 yes. Sorry. Yeah, good, good. I just hope that when we get to that point, which will be way down the line, but when we get to that point, I just hope that somehow I can score a slot in their raid testing.
Oh heck yeah!
I really want to do that.
I don't think there's anyone in pre-alpha that'd be like, nah, I'll pass.
Renfell, did you get to test Vanguard's raid when they were doing that?
I think
I
he's having
will.
a bio.
Oh, he's having a bio. Well, they did the coolest way to do it, where they would just be like, "Here's the raid. We think it's good to go," and they would just sit and watch them, take notes, record it, like, you know what I mean, and then look at the data after it was over, get the opinions of everybody. I mean, I just thought that was just such a beautiful way to do raid, where it'd be like
Congrats,
one group at a time.
congrats on your ding.
I did ding, nice. I'm 30. I have now moved out of the length of Drax's whip.
You have achieved the bare minimum.
I have achieved the bare minimum to where Drax cannot whip me.
That's what I was hoping to get, bare minimum today. Yeah, I mean, technically a test could go, if they're saying end of summer, that could be anywhere, even in early September.
It could
'Cause-
be. I think it'll be at the tail end of whenever summer
right.
ends. It'll be
Yeah.
That's when it'll be.
September 20th.
Right. Kind of like if it does launch this year, it'll be like December 31st. I mean, Alpha. If
Oh,
Alpha were to launch.
yeah, I think, and then Bounty would be happy because I think he picked that as his.
Oh, that would be nice. That'd
Yeah,
be nice.
I think it was him that picked
That's a
that as
smart
his.
pick. It's a
Yep.
smart pick. They will go to the max. Let's see. What in the world did I just get?
There will be no starting over. This is the build they're going with.
Yep. Excuse me. That's what Kyle did when they brought Kyle on. He came on to be like, fix, what do we need to do to take this baby all the way? And that's what the refactor was. That took them, put their, their coding and their coding language and structure on a point where they could take it all the way for everything they had envisioned.
Yeah, if Steve Clover's on the team right now, I don't think they're going to be like, we need to start over.
No,
like they
no.
mean business right now.
Yeah. Steve Clover's there, and he's already got a bunch of stuff
Mhm.
in the works and done. That means the code is good.
It's good.
Yeah, he wouldn't be finishing projects on the code if there was an issue. There could be, it is possible that things could be converted to new technologies. You know what I mean? But that's not the same.
And I don't think they're going to mess with that at this point.
I wouldn't
really
think so.
don't.
But you never know. Unity could release some big thing. You know what I mean? And they're like, "Hey,
No,
this
that
would be
would
really
be-
good,
That'd
and
be
we can
dumb.
convert it."
Don't do
I'm
that.
speaking
No, no.
from a developer standpoint.
Uh-huh.
They've already reached the point of no return on that kind of stuff. Like
Have they? Okay.
you
Yeah.
Okay.
can't, if you do anything like that, you're looking at 3 to 4 months of downtime to do that is a refactor. That is an absolute refactor. You're trying, or an update, but in order to do an update, you have to refactor systems to get them working with the new update. And you have to be able to make a judgment call of saying, version control, this version is the version that we're launching with, or this version is the version that alpha
Okay.
is running with. We can't make changes beyond this, which is why, going back to what you were talking about the other day, in terms of what we see playable on Baldur's Gate 3 versus the dev branch that they're working on behind the scenes, once they've made a commitment that the live branch is this, that separates from the dev branch, and they can no longer make changes to the live branch because that's what players are going to play, and there's an expectation of what features are going to be working or not. So, yeah, making changes like that would be a really stupid decision on their part.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Even like Unity updates?
Yeah,
Though?
because it's not just about that. Once a Unity update happens,
Uh-huh.
you then have to get your entire code base up to the most current
I see.
changes for Unity, which could break all of your lighting.
Yes.
It could break all of your shading. It could break all of your shader packages. It could break all of your visual effects packages. It could break all of your um, the LODs on all of your asset packs. It could break
Okay.
your fog system. It could break your wind system, your weather
All
system.
the systems.
Every
yeah.
single exactly every single
Yeah.
system can be broken by a single update.
Mhm.
Okay.
So yeah.
But that is something they have to do at some point in development, though, right?
Not necessarily. They could be happy with the current version of Unity they're on.
Yeah. Because that's what they just upgraded to not that long ago.
Yeah. That's
So this comes back to something something that I cover in tomorrow's video, which is one of the reasons I have yet to get excited about Pantheon the way that you two are, and that's because they haven't been willing, from what I've seen, to make those
Yeah, maybe it was because Unity just wasn't at the point they needed it to be
well,
until they got to whatever one they're on now.
there's also a lot to be said for, if we have the money to continually move the goalposts, we're never going to actually set dates for anything. And that for me as a project manager is something that I can't get behind. I can't get on board with that because
Star Citizen syndrome.
yeah, you can't do that. Like the moment if you're gonna, if you can set dates and be held accountable, that's when I can look at a project and say, okay, I'm invested now from a physical, emotional, whatever standpoint. But if you're constantly willing to move the goalposts, and then you have the attitude of, well, yeah, let's go ahead and make that update. Let's go ahead and do that Unity update that they just announced because it could make the skybox better. It could improve this,
Yeah.
and then you're looking at another 6 months because they got to fix all this stuff.
Yeah, that's
Um,
rough. Yeah. Well, then that was really freaking with that knowledge. Then that was a very ballsy move that Ashes did. Then
yes. Oh, dude, a Unity 5, an Unreal 5 up, like changing your entire engine.
in Alpha.
That's correct. That's only something you can do if you have the finances to have your whole team spend the next 6 months gutting everything that's been worked on and putting it all into the new system. Because, yeah, some stuff will work, but you're never going to know what's going to work until you make that switch. And that's not an easy thing to do. Like, you have to then go through every single line of code, every single asset, every animation, everything.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's what's been going on since the HDRP and all that.
Yes.
All hands on deck on that one getting it to work. So
This is exactly why that happens, Crinkled, which is why I have been unwilling
hopefully we'll
to
see
get
it soon. I
behind.
mean, so far what we've seen in this last
I've
month
been
has been
unwilling to
like,
get behind
Well,
Pantheon
now
over
let
other
me
products.
let me re-clarify something else. Then their tools can change. You know, like tools they use to develop.
Thank you, Peppa.
And
Yes. Like, subscribe, hit the bell icon.
that needs to be separated from client based. Because they can change the tools they use to make terrain faster or whatever. You know what I mean?
like switching from Gaia to something
Right.
different, you know?
There's
That
still,
shouldn't affect it that way.
yes, it will, because there's a learning curve to do that.
Well, yeah, but typically when they do that, that's because they have knowledge into that. Like, for example, if Steve Clover is like put in charge of whatever, right? And he's like, "Hey, I'm really familiar with this,
Sure.
so I'm gonna start using it." And just because they announce like, "Hey, we're using this thing for that," doesn't necessarily mean that that's a refactor or that amount of time. That was a new tool used for that particular purpose, right?
Well, he might know it, but there are other people who are gonna that change is gonna affect more than just one person, and all of those people are gonna have to get up to speed with a new tool, a new
Okay.
tool set. Um, and that may affect more than just those team members because it may also be something. Oh, now we got to get the art team up to speed on this as well because it's going to affect these 3 people on the art team, which then
Right.
leads to, oh, we got to take 6 weeks for everybody to get up to speed on this new tool that we're going to use, assuming it's a purchased tool and not a developed tool. Because if it's a
Right.
developed
Yeah,
tool, then there's more
No,
on the back end.
yeah, and
they've
I'm
spent a
just
lot of time
yeah,
developing tools already so that the art people can
right.
just go in there and make what they want to make
Yeah.
using their developed tools.
Yeah, they've already got
They're not going to
in-house
swap
tools.
that up.
But I'm just talking from the future. We don't know what's going to happen. I want to know the language when if there is any kind of thing that happens that I would know more in depth what that
That's
would
not a
mean, what that
refactor.
costs.
That's not a refactor. That's just new tool learning. That's training, but that's
But they
still
built in-house most of their if not all of it.
right.
I think they're beyond that point, to be honest. I'm just asking so I know when if anything were to happen, I could kind of gauge what that really means, right?
It's just the learning process at that point. There's still downtime. My whole thing is you're 9, 10 years in. There doesn't need to be any more downtime at this point. Like
Mm-hmm.
you should be, especially now that you've got a guy like Steve on board who should be able to come in and take a look at everything and say, these 10 things are good. Let's move forward with these. These 5 things are crap. There's no way to get them in a workable state by the time the game launches, so we need to cut those 5 things. These 3 things, maybe we could get them to working the way you want them to be working by the time the game launches. So let's put those on the back burner and let's get to them after we finish these 10 primary things. In my mind, that's what Steve Clover can bring to the table, is being
That's
able to
probably what he
look
is
at the
doing.
whole
Yeah.
project and say, these work, these don't work, these maybe can work, and help them get things on track and get us. Because I'm still going to be, as much as I'm excited about Steve Clover, my video on Friday, we'll talk about that. I'm still
Yes.
not ready to commit until I see dates, like
A date. Yeah,
dates
and
for
tons
me.
of people are like that, and I totally get that too. if I wasn't just such a big fanboy from the very beginning of Brad McQuaid, I would have also been like, well, I'm waiting for that date, you know. Um,
I'm excited now, though. I mean, like I
so
said,
I
I'm
get
I'm
it.
in the bleachers now. I'm in the bleachers with my popcorn. I'm no longer standing outside the fence. So
Right.
you've at least it's like the scene from with Leonardo DiCaprio from why am I blanking on that name? The slave movie, Django.
Oh, Django,
When he said, now I'm interested.
yeah.
But it's also very easy for me to look at it from the developer perspective with what I went through and working on that. So
Well, I didn't know that about the. I thought like I knew it was a process, right? But I thought it was like, you know, sliding files into that and
nope.
checking to make sure they work. Sliding the next files. I didn't know
So
it was
here's
like a.
Joey. Joey came to me 2 months ago and was like, "Dude, we should." And he was joking because he knew our experience with the individual who is the lead programmer on whatever that
Ego.
project is now. Um, because his whole thing was every 3 months he was wanting to refactor all these systems, and that was one area where heads were being butted because I'm very much a deadline oriented individual who says, no, this is the deadline. Whatever's working by that deadline is what we go with. There's no time to refactor because there's limited amounts of money.
Yeah.
And my brother came to me. He's like, dude, we should upgrade to Unity to Unreal 5. And I was like, dude, we're 18 months in. There is no way we're. And he was like, I'm just pulling your leg because
Yeah, and we, you know, Pantheon still gets that, by the way, which I knew that would be because that's not even the same engine. Like that would be a freaking epic task. But that's very common in Pantheon. Somebody will come in chat and be like, "You need to switch over to Unreal Engine 5." Like, bro, no, please, dear God, no.
even us. I mean, we're working in Unreal Engine 4.
Right,
The
right.
the idea of switching to 5 because we're a small, essentially one man operation with my brother being the only person that handles it. That would be 3 to 6 months, depending on lots of different factors that we just don't know until we decide to make that switch. It's kind of like
Uh,
in my previous occupation doing, construction. When you get a client who comes to you and says they want to do a remodel, I'm always nervous about remodels because you're never going to know until you start pulling off the baseboards and pulling up the subflooring. You're never going to know what state that floor is in, really, unless you're getting down underneath the house with a flashlight and you're peeking and prying into every nook and cranny. Like, and so people want you to quote them a price, and it's like, well, I can give you an estimate, but the
yeah,
estimate is not what it's actually going to cost. I can give you an estimate of me eyeballing the project, but until I actually get in underneath there with a flashlight and crawl around and do these things and that, this, that, and the other. And I said, then there's the fact that the remodel is going to cost you. The actual demolition part is going to cost you as much as the installation of the new product because guess what? I have to rip it all out. That's labor. I have to find a place to
yeah,
store it or throw the trash out. That's a trip to the trash yard, which is transport. That's mileage. That's labor. It's just as much to do the demo as it is to do the install. And then they see that price tag and they go, "Oh my God!" And what they also don't think about is that the demolition takes just as long as the installation of that thing. So translating that into game development, um, you're never going to know what exactly you're going to
What?
run into in
Right.
a
You
in
can't
an
just be
engine
like, "Oh, this
change.
will take 6 months," because once you start doing it, those things are gonna happen unexpectedly. And
I do have some life experience that comes in handy,
but could
Dupree.
you imagine trying to take a Unity game and trying to convert it to Unreal Engine 5? Like that would
Well,
be a
first and
freaking.
foremost, the assets won't convert the same way because they use a different file
That's
structure
right. Yeah, you
for.
wouldn't even be allowed to, would you? If
Um,
you were using an asset, is that even legal?
if it's a purchased asset, no. If it's your asset, you can do whatever the hell you want with it.
Oh yeah, your asset. I meant like from the Unity asset, you can't take that over
No,
into freaking.
no.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Even if it did convert over, it wouldn't. I don't think it would be legal.
I don't think the terms of service allow you to use an Unreal asset in the Unity store, in a Unity
Right,
project, or vice versa. No.
right, right.
Crankle, you said no one on VR has those. Star
Where's this
Citizen, maybe.
priest at that's on our target?
Yeah, he's been
You talk about
wandering
like
for about 5 minutes now.
Yeah,
I
he
programmers.
don't know what he's
vanished.
gonna
He
pull.
did. He did the Houdini on us. He got down to like 3%, and then no door open.
Yeah,
He was
William.
just gone. I don't know
Pre-alpha
where
is
he
when they
went.
decide how long until
Yeah.
they reset the whole thing and
He
start
might
over.
pull whatever.
That's what
Yeah,
makes me
we might have a
paranoid.
big pull here, in a momentarily.
Pets on the wizard.
He'll eventually come back. Switch over to the wizard. We'll take him down real quick. Well, I'll tell you one thing I've learned over the past 5 years. I would rather be beat and flogged than have to develop an MMO.
Here's why I will say something about Pantheon that they have going for them that most other indie MMORPGs do not.
Okay.
They had for a while they had McQuaid himself, which brought, regardless of his failures, brought a
Yeah.
certain amount of funding and credibility to the team.
Yeah.
And after his passing, there's going to be a certain amount of people who are going to be like, it's like when an artist, like Tom Petty died, and suddenly all of his albums became best-selling albums, for a brief
Yeah.
window of time, because now there's a nostalgia factor associated with it. I'm not trying to be dark or,
Right. Yeah.
disrespectful. What I'm saying is that Pantheon will always be Brad McQuaid's project, which brings a certain level of them being able to get $2.4 million in additional funding that most other MMORPGs that are being developed independently would not be able to achieve.
Yeah. Good point. I do gotta say, I was a little disappointed that certain people, and I won't name names, but certain people didn't pop loose a little change after he passed, and I'm just saying, there's certain people I feel like could have stepped up and made themselves look really good. To be like, hey, I want to make sure that Brad's final project definitely makes it to light of day. You know what I mean? With all the contacts he had over the years, there were certain people. It's like, bro, really? Nothing? Like nothing? Which, by the way, speaking of old-time people, I was looking into whatever happened to Bill Trost.
Yeah, that's another EQ guy.
Yeah, from what I found, which, the internet can be a little finicky when you're trying to find information like that. He's working for, I forgot the company, but it's for quantum computer mechanic or something like that, or programming or some kind of.
Well, it's kind of like I don't remember his name now, but he was the senior lead programmer. There's your train, by the way.
Yep, here it is.
Maybe I still don't see the priest. He was the lead. His in-game name starts with an S, and I can't remember. He was the lead programmer on Vanguard. He worked with Brad on he was part of the original team when I was there with Tony and everybody on Pantheon. Can't remember his name. He's a black guy, and his name escapes me at the moment.
Oh, I remember him in the interviews and everything.
Yeah, he's gone off and worked on like Red Dead Redemption 2, Red Dead Online, some other stuff, but he's just, he's sort of a...
Yeah, the Kickstarter Pantheon, right?
Yes, the Kickstarter
like the original,
Pantheon. The original one.
Which was a way smaller scope.
I'm not doing anything to these unless I get told that I need to. If there's a panic moment, I'll run in and stun everything.
I think we're okay.
Pet's about to die.
Let me try to peel some of these off of them.
All right, so
yeah.
wherever that priest is, he's bringing a non-stop continual...
Oh boy.
Alright, this is not...
Now it's getting bad.
Yeah, I just AoE stuff, so this may be
Oh.
a everybody needs to camp out to clear the aggro list type scenario.
It's a lot.
You okay, Maduros? No, you're not. Let me... And AoE mezzed everything.
That priest is pulling for us.
Yeah, not in a good way, though. Start to maybe... Maybe if I just AoE stun, I'll be able to... There it
There's
is.
the
There it
priest. He's
is.
back. He's back.
First
Alright,
thing
I'm
I'm
gonna
doing.
get him.
Alright, he's down.
Jeez, I don't even know. Is your pet alive? Yeah, I see
Yep.
it. Trying to make sure that there's not much on him.
I think we're gonna survive, Helena. But thank you. I will also say that the newsletter information, I wished I would have waited to make my Pantheon video. 'Cause that's stuff I could have added to my first ever Pantheon video. Because I don't want to see, I don't want to sound like I'm a negative Nancy, because I just like to be the voice of reason and say that I'm probably one of the few people out there who is rooting for them, but has a entirely different perspective because of what I went through. Like, here's a good example. Everyone oohed and awed over the weather system and the fog and everything else that was like 2 months ago. And I saw it and I just kind of shrugged my shoulders, because guess what? We did dynamic weather and stuff in Cyclocemia back in 2015. It didn't look as good. Totally did not look as good. What they have is way better looking. But it was not something that to me was something that was going to make me ooh and awe, because I've already seen it done, if that makes
Yeah.
sense. So most of the updates I look at and I just kind of see, okay, that's progress, but it's not, it's not something that makes me go, oh, I want to go out and buy a pre-order package.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people too on that subject, we were more not oohing and awing the graphics as we were knowing what that meant for the acclimation system and actual gameplay of everyday playing
Sure.
Pantheon.
Sure.
You know, like I know I was personally just more excited of like, yeah, I thought it did look good, but I was more just thinking of like, if this would have been in Pantheon when last I played it, how different that would have made the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think most of the people that have signed on for Alpha, hearing them talk, they're less about the weather systems and things. They're more about the gameplay systems that make it challenging, that make it social. So they're not really oohing and awing over that either.
Maybe, but from the public, comments that I saw regarding that was like, oh my God, they have dynamic weather. And I went, yeah, so do 30 other games. Like, it's not a big deal to have dynamic weather. That's my perspective. I'm saying that's one example out of many where I haven't seen, like, the updates they do. I'm very much like, cool, you guys are making progress. That's nice. But I'm not. I guess I would say that I would have a hard time doing what Bazram does, which is continually find, like, how do I say that without being insulting?
And exclusively. No, I know what you mean. He's exclusively trying to make content on Pantheon. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, because I don't want to be insulting at all, because I think what he's doing is good.
That's a hard job. Yeah, that's a hard job.
they've refactored half a dozen times, and the game has changed so much from the Kickstarter vision that I feel like every 6 months you're having to change what you're talking about because the game has changed so much. So how do you define what is my current Pantheon content versus my 4-year-old versus my 6-year-old versus my 8-year-old Pantheon content? Because I actually in the course of making my video, I went back and found my videos from 2014, I think is when it was, when I was on the beach in Playa del Carmen promoting the Kickstarter. And I was like talking about the things that were being promoted on the Kickstarter, and I was like, I don't think there's a single thing from the Kickstarter
No,
Pantheon that is in the
not.
game today.
Well, that and I think that's because the Kickstarter failed and they had to go
Yeah.
back to the drawing board and say,
Yeah.
okay, that's not what people wanted. Let's
Try to make something
redecide
they do
what this.
want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they kind of reimagined it
Yeah, way
after the
back when I
Kickstarter.
first started doing Pantheon content, I didn't realize yet that there was that major of a difference. And Basgarim was actually the one who came to me and was like, "Hey, man, none of that stuff even matters anymore. That's not even the game that we're looking at all now." And then I started
I'm in the
researching
same
it, and I
boat,
was like,
Crinkle. Like
"Oh, okay, that was
over 2 years now and
that
only
was
three
his
half-day
attempt to
sessions.
try to
Like
do something quick.
that's why I'm
That wouldn't
very
have taken as long, but
healthily
you know,
skeptical.
and then he realized, oh, that's not what the people want. They want a real meaty, you know.
I need to make
Yep.
Vanguard 2.0, not
Yeah,
EverQuest.
instead of Saga, or not Saga Hero, sorry. What's the game I'm trying to think of that Ultima guy, Richard Garriott.
Oh, Stride of the
re-
Avatar.
yeah, like not Shroud of the Avatar, like a real one, you know, like, because I feel like that what Shroud of the Avatar is to Ultima, the original Pantheon was to EverQuest, you
Mm-hmm.
know, like a quicker to develop little sample of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, from what Bounty has told me, because I was not into the Kickstarter for this, I didn't get in until a
I
couple
didn't
of
even
years
know about
ago.
it.
He was saying it pretty much was just an EQ remake
Exactly.
with a better skin, and
Yeah,
that is not what enough people wanted.
yeah, exactly. And to
So
be
then this
honest,
version,
and I gotta be honest, it wasn't even an EverQuest remake, the original vision. I would say EverQuest would have still been more advanced than what they were doing in terms of, uh, how do you put that?
Time for some squats while I'm sitting here, ladies and
Content.
gentlemen.
I feel like that the original project, you know, they were talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rimpo, I haven't even looked into it in years, but it was more like easier to develop. Like, I don't remember the word they used, like fractals or whatever of content. Like,
Yes.
yeah, which would be easier to make than a whole world that's connected and, you know, it's seamless and all the crazy stuff they're doing now. Because even though EverQuest has zones, they progressively make sense to make a world. You know what I mean? To make Norath.
yeah, and the graphics that they showed this month, that it's looking amazing.
I
So,
think so.
just
I think so.
answering Pepe in chat,
Yeah.
it doesn't look like old graphics. This
No.
is good stuff.
Yeah, it's looking impressive. It's now entered, like, I feel like up until now they were at the what you would call good enough. You know what I mean? Like, it's good enough, you know.
It would work.
Now they're starting to get pretty impressive.
Mhm.
Well, that
in my-
HDRP.
Yeah.
But that had a big cost.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
been a while. It's been a minute, as they say.
6 months. Yeah.
6 months. We've been waiting a year. Like this
Yeah.
is.
Well, I'm saying
Yeah.
that part of it probably took at least 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've
And
been
then the
working on the
network.
vinyl for 2 to 3 months. So,
Yeah.
and it's been a year.
There you go.
So at least 8 months.
And I felt every day of it.
Yep. Oh my! I had a hard time being Pantheon patient. I'll tell you.
I've slipped a few times. I've slipped
Yeah.
into it too. We all have, because it's a long time, man. It's a long time to wait.
is.
That's why I don't get mad at people who are upset with the wait
No.
time. I totally get it. I do get mad when people say things like, comparative to Ashes. Bro, Ashes has been developed in the exact same amount of time. It just wasn't in your face because they had freaking, you know,
Money.
Steve's big money that
Yeah.
some people have problems with how he got, whatever. But you know, they didn't have that, so it was been our face the whole time. But that makes me angry because it's like, okay, so Ashes is okay, even though it's taking the same amount of time. And to be honest, in some ways Ashes is way ahead of Pantheon, but in the ones that matter to me, Pantheon is way ahead of Ashes in development.
And Ashes isn't a game, and all respect to them. I think they're building something pretty cool, but it's
Yeah,
not the type of game I would play from
it's
what
not.
I've seen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. It will. I'd be shocked. Let me put it that. I don't
Yeah,
ever like to say never, but I'd
right,
be
You could
shocked
not,
if that was
Zarklon.
a place I was like, oh, I could make this my main.
right.
I don't think
You're
so.
never gonna sell
Uh,
that to the Fortnite crowd.
especially after Renfell opened my eyes. I didn't even realize that till he casually mentioned about the PvP. I went and looked, and sure enough, I was like, "Wow, how did I not even know that?"
Oh, about Ashes?
Yeah, you're right. Like, it is
It's a
definitely a
PvP
PvP
game.
game. I thought it was like there would be a server for it, or
Nope.
you could opt
Mm,
out, or
Somebody tried to come in my chat and tell me, "Hey, the developers really listen, and if enough people want PvE, they're going to give it to us." And I'm like, "Are
mhm,
you out of your minds? Like they've literally stated since day one, it's a PvP game. They're not just
yeah.
going to make it PvE because
at
a
this
handful."
point,
Well,
that
Yeah,
would make them look bad. At
New
this
World did.
point, yeah, look at New World. I will make fun of them to the
it's
day I
true.
die for what
Yeah.
they did. Where they're like, oh, we're not gonna make money on that. Never mind, never mind. We're gonna delay it 4 months, and we're gonna totally change everything. And you
Toss
know,
it to PvE.
golly, what
Yeah,
a
no,
mess.
that doesn't work.
They stuck with it being PvP. Even though I'm not into that, who cares about me? Because I'm not playing it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hey, that's okay.
make it for
And
the people that would have liked it.
and
Yeah.
Pantheon's been
Same thing
clear
for me,
from the
Dupree.
start.
I
They're not
won't play it
building it
because
for
I
everybody.
hate PvP.
Now, not to call it niche
Yeah.
because they think they have a large enough audience that it's not niche.
Well, they do. Yeah,
Agree.
I agree
I'm
with
Right.
gonna
that.
I'm gonna agree to disagree on that, but
I
yeah,
All
know.
right.
I
All
know.
right.
It's a
Yeah,
hot topic, but
I would have to agree to disagree too.
yeah.
I
I
personally would not
playing is
call this
believing.
niche
That's
at
what I
this
would say.
point. Exactly. I would
When
not
you
call this niche at this point.
when you play it and you see the spirit and you feel it, things change
So
immediately
let me
internally, and
ask
you're
a very
like,
important
"Wow,
question.
okay,
Let me ask a
all
question
right,
of both of you because I
all
know
right."
you're both fanboys. So, what is niche to you? What do you think takes a
A
game?
small audience. It's
Uh,
made
I,
for a small
what?
audience for
Yeah,
me.
I think to me niche just means like, hey, only this little group of
Well,
people
let's
will
define
enjoy it.
what is small audience to you.
Well, like the Kickstarter was for a niche audience and it didn't make it. It was that small of interest that that was extremely niche that they couldn't even build the game for it. So
So,
however many people that is.
niche in today's market is really going to be anything with less than say 250,000 players is going to be
Yeah,
defined by the industry as niche.
yeah,
Um, and even some games that have less than a million are still defined as niche games. So
right.
I don't think it's incorrect by most industry standards to think I don't see, let's put it this perspective. EverQuest 1, I believe even Vanguard. Vanguard sold 350,000 subscriptions,
Yep,
350,000 copies of Vanguard. That is a niche game by today's standards.
yep.
So that's
Well,
why
today it's
Well,
niche.
barely, but yeah.
right,
I wouldn't have called it niche then.
that's why I look at it and I'm always hesitant when I know because people get very defensive about Vanguard being called niche and they're trying to make the claim that it's not going to be niche. But I mean, at this point, even New World would be called a niche game because even though it sold all the copies it did, it's only retaining about 50,000 active players. That's a niche title.
Yeah.
Um,
Any old game is going to be a niche game because people who have nostalgia are playing it once in a blue moon.
well, New
So
World's
yeah,
not a niche, not an old game though. It's a new game. So
yeah,
they're gonna have to manage to do bigger numbers than New World or Lost Ark, which are
I think they will.
huge
I think they
games.
will because of the sustainability.
yeah,
New World obviously doesn't have that.
right.
Pantheon's being built for that. So here's the deal. It depends on people's definition. If your definition of niche is that it has a it's not trying to be for everybody, then by that definition, Pantheon is niche, right? The problem is that Pantheon was being labeled a niche game, like as if that's what they were trying to build, right? Was a very carved out. This is just for EverQuest people, or uh, and that was the general knowledge, and they had to fight back on that because they were like, look, we're making an old school spirited MMO, right? We're not making EverQuest the reskin, right? So in today's market, that's not niche. World of Warcraft
Right.
Classic. All these classic games that are coming out. There is a demand for this, we believe now, and it's no longer a niche. This is a big
Mm-hmm.
market thing. And to be honest with you, I think they'll sell. I think they'll sell a million at launch. I think they'll retain, but somewhere around 500, 600,000, maybe more. I think it will see this. I think it's going to see major success level.
Yeah, I think that's
Just
going to
because
be their big
it,
thing is the retention. I
yeah,
think we're going to be able to retain the players they get. It's not going to be a 2 months done. I
yeah.
think it's got staying power.
I do too. And I think that the reason I believe that is because as soon as you log in and start playing, it grips you, man. And it ain't graphics because last time I got to
Mm-hmm.
play it, graphics
It
weren't
was
that
gray
great.
box.
Yeah. So it's the gameplay so good that you're immediately just like, I love this. And that's before you join a group. That's just the general loop of gameplay that's been there for a long time. That they're just building on that is so good that like people are gonna get addicted and they're not gonna want to play anything else. It it is it's one of the few games where after the sessions were over, I was literally depressed because I had to play other games. I
Mm-hmm.
literally would have to take a moment and just not play nothing and get my mind right because I didn't
I'm
want
very
to.
much a realist, so
I
yes,
just want to play
I
Paint. I
don't
didn't
buy
want to
into
do
the hype
nothing
at
else.
all.
Yep.
So, and
Same.
I haven't felt that in God ages. I don't even know the last time. Vanguard, but I couldn't really play that, so I don't think that works. I don't even know. I don't know. Dark Age Camelot, Final Fantasy 11, maybe. It's been forever since I felt that way. So that's what I think, and I
I,
and I think playing is believing, and I understand you got to experience it to feel it. But I think because it's a new MMO and it's pretty high profile, almost everybody knows about it that likes MMOs. They may not believe in it, but when it's out and it's available, they will try it, and a lot of them are going to get addicted. That's my opinion.
yeah, I wasn't like my definition wouldn't even be the amount of players. It's their vision, and you both mentioned how they tried to get away from being considered niche.
Hmm.
But even with one of their most recent updates, how they're slowing combat down, they're slowing leveling down. They
Hmm.
completely changed how food regenerates to make it slower.
Yeah.
That is
That's
like a
yeah.
definition of niche. They're going after like EQ players. They're slowing stuff down. They're certainly not going after
Well,
like WoW
yeah.
players.
Well, you also got to understand that th- the previous sessions they had sped it way up just to get testing.
Mm-hmm.
So what that really means is that they're slowing it down as opposed to it being crazy high fast.
They're going to
Um,
be changing stuff all the way up until beta,
yeah,
right? They're
yeah,
going to be tweaking. That doesn't
yeah.
make it
And
niche.
and Joppa said a ton of times like we haven't yet because we're not at that point yet, but we will find that perfect balance
Mm-hmm.
of like how long it takes to kill something. And the previous sessions was just all about like I mean different things, and I don't know how much I can talk about, but they needed to speed it up big time. Like it was fast,
Mm-hmm.
um, way faster than any of us would want. But now they're slowing it back down because now they got
Yeah,
more content.
maybe
So
I missed that in their development update, but it sounded like that was a mentality
and it
and
may
not
be. It may
and
end
not
up being.
just,
Yeah.
oh well, we're slowing it down from the last time you tested it. It was more like they want to slow it down in general to be more like, you know, you're not really going to be able to solo effectively in 15 minutes to an hour. You're going to need to get a group and spend time. If you solo, that's the kind of stuff that triggers flags in my brain for a niche type game.
Well, it's
I,
hard to
If
solo.
yeah, the other one for
well,
me would be
yeah,
the
if you're building a social game,
right.
and if you want to make a game that's hard, there's other ways to do that than to make it so you have to group. Or
Okay.
if you solo, like the one video you put out when you're trying to solo in this game,
Yeah.
you're like, "Oh
It's
god, I
awful. I
hate it.
hate it.
I
Yeah, I
hate it."
do. I hate it.
Like, how is that going to translate into Pantheon when they've already said, like, yeah, you can solo, but it's not going to
Yeah.
be that great?
We don't know. We don't
No, and
know. Well, they didn't say it's not gonna be that great. They just
right.
said it's not gonna. It's gonna take longer,
No,
obviously.
they said they're building it to be a group game. You
Yeah, and
can solo things because people find a way, but they're
yeah.
not going to stop you from soloing.
I
But
tested soloing in Pantheon. I didn't group at all for a whole thing, and it wasn't bad.
The
It
other
didn't piss me off. Like, I'll put it that way. But we don't know yet because we're so early. We have no. It won't be nothing like that at launch. So
the other thing
who
to
knows?
Yeah,
consider too is
like,
Could
the
be
we're not
conversation.
awful. We don't
considering
know.
the final product. I'm just saying the things
Yeah.
that they've said and their comments and basically like their attitude going into it. That's what I'm talking about. I
Yeah.
mean, of course, we're not going to know till it's finished, but every video I've watched, it's always been about slow progress,
Mm-hmm.
and like I play this game.
Enjoying the journey
y-
is
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah.
totally get that, but that's
But does
still
the mass consumer get that? Is
Correct.
what you're saying, right?
Yes. And
They don't.
the other thing to consider is because I've watched a lot of videos too where they often talk about the need, and this is a key word. They talk about the need. Maybe this has changed in recent months, but I've seen them talk about the need to slow it down so that people can have what we're having, time
Yeah.
to talk,
mhm,
time to be
Yeah.
social. They talk about the need to make the game slower. Well, that's not a realistic need for the masses. That's a need for a niche audience of old school players who like to do what we're doing, but that's not massive. That's not.
Well, at this point, it isn't. But I think what they're trying to say is that they think their game will make it that way.
yes,
You're right. So
people will
it's like
realize what they
we're
want.
judging it based on other games that have that are old, and their game is not old. Like combat is totally different. Like when we did our stream, we talked the entire time, and we laughed and we had fun. But then when it was dungeon time, watch us on the video. We were talking, but it's all communication, right? Like, hey man, I need you to do this. Go grab that. Do this. Do that. And we talked the entire time, but we were no longer like BSing around. We were. It was all, and I think what they're trying to say is they believe, they could be wrong, but they do believe that their game will make people enjoy that because they're doing it differently.
The
You,
newer people will like an old school feel in a new game.
that's what they think.
That's an
Yes.
assumption though. So
It isn't. Well, I mean, what else can there be though? At this
well,
Well, when you
there's
see all these people coming for TLPs that are like classic,
but
people
that's
want the hardness.
that's
Classic WoW,
I
classic
would
TLP EQ.
I would argue that the data actually shows that the people who want TLP are the neckbeards like myself who love EverQuest, and so that nostalgia is what brings us
Yeah.
back as opposed to, oh, it's a hard experience. Because there are games, as an example, if I want to play a hardcore game, I can go play, Elden Ring. As
Elden
I'm
Ring,
using
yeah.
that as a gross example,
Right.
Yeah.
which by the way, that game did amazing. It sold a lot of copies, which shows that there is an audience of single player individuals who like being challenged in that way. Um, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's just. I understand. I'm not trying to
I
rain on
believe
people's
in them.
parades.
I believe
We
in
do
them. I
too.
think they've got the winning formula that has never. We. It's not just like, oh, it feels like EverQuest. I didn't even
Runner.
think of EverQuest. Oh, he is running crap. Uh, he's coming back. Here we go. Here we go. We'll root him. It's just new. It's a new thing, and I think they really do. I think they got it.
I think if you talk to the people that have played it, they're pretty much like, yeah, I believe in this. It's
Yeah,
the same as Nathan.
it really is one of those things where it's like playing is believing. Like
You know?
I can talk all day, and you won't. You just have to see it for yourself.
Well,
Like,
can I make an objective statement that hopefully won't offend anyone here at the table?
no, I doubt it.
So I'm saying this in advance. I don't mean to be offensive when I state this, but
Okay.
people often say the same thing about whatever religion they're a part of, where there is the belief, and the belief is so strong that this is it, that this is, and I don't mean to be offensive by this. I'm saying that's from a standpoint of, because I was in the Vanguard Alpha, and I was in that project, heart, soul, hook, line, sinker. I got
Yep.
to play with Brad McQuaid. I got to be there playing with him, for 6 months before other people got in, and that was a
Yeah.
very, 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 very compelling. Like, I'm gonna believe all the things about this
Oh yeah.
project, and
Yeah.
So were
then
you wrong though?
Yeah,
yes,
I
I
don't
was
think
Is
you
that
were
wrong.
what you're
wrong.
saying?
Yes, I
No, I don't.
was.
I don't think you were wrong. I think that
No.
they just pushed the game out too early, and it broke it. Like
You've
that's what
said
happened.
repeatedly that's your favorite MMO ever.
It is
Yeah.
from
Well,
from
there
the
you
So
go.
up until Sony Online started making the changes, like
right.
the this, that, and
Yeah.
the other.
So
So
you weren't so blinded that you actually loved a crappy game.
No, it was a good game. You were
Right.
right. It
You
just
were right.
it got screwed over, basically.
well,
And
if you let me finish, because I was
okay.
right about some things, but I can also say, having been part of that process, he also made a lot of claims during the early stages of Vanguard for things that never came to fruition.
Right.
And so it was, from my personal experience, hanging on to every single word. There was some context for that by the time it actually launched, and I've learned a lot more since, just playing, like many other people, 50 other games in the time since then, and knowing the iterative process and everything else. That's why, at least from my perspective, I can look at a lot of the things they're doing and have hope, and I think I see a good game being built. Um, but I've yet to be converted, if that makes sense. Which is why I brought
Yeah.
up that's
And
why I brought up the faith perspective, because to me that's what it feels like when I hear people like, when you guys are talking, you're getting super excited about it, and I'm not trying to be offensive, by the way. It's the same thing with Bazram. Like, he's so passionate and enthusiastic, and like they can do no wrong. Um, and I want that to be true. I really do. But somebody in chat called me realistic Renfail, and I'm nervous about some
I
things.
yeah, and you should be
would.
because let me put it this way. This is just the way it is because you can look at the features, you can read the things, you can, it that does not show you the spirit of the game. And the spirit of the game is what is going to make this. It's what's going to make or break Pantheon. And so, honestly, everybody should be skeptical, but you should give it a chance. And
Yes.
I bet you, not everybody, because everybody's different. Some people are going to play it and they're not going to like that core gameplay loop and feeling. But if you play EverQuest and you enjoy the basic core of it, or Vanguard, or I'd say, and some people would even argue this, but I would say EverQuest 2 has that core, and definitely used to, big time. Then there's just no way you're not gonna love Pantheon. It's so immediate. It hits you so hard, so
It's less
quick.
about the systems, it's more
Yeah,
about the spirit behind the game,
yeah,
behind the system. So when they're going in to make these systems, regardless if they have to tweak it one way or another, the idea, the imagining behind the game is what we're infatuated with.
yeah. And
Right, but
that's why a lot of people that play it are just they just seem
You
like
can feel it.
they're like
well,
they're
and
in a
that's
cult or something.
that's the
It's
that,
because
and
they've
you
seen
just
it.
said a word that I wasn't gonna say, but since you used it, I'm gonna latch onto that.
All
That
right, all
is a
right.
Yeah,
very
that's fine.
cult. That's a very cult-like mindset, because if you ask
Yeah,
the masses what they think, nobody gives a crap about the spirit behind the mechanics. They want to know, is the game fun? Does it have good graphics? Can
yeah,
I get fast XP? Can I do raids? Like those, no one's gonna care about the feelings or the spirit or the nostalgia, or they didn't want it to be niche. They wanted it to be this other thing. Um,
And that's why they're not in pre-alpha, and that's fine. So wait and see. That's okay. But the
yep,
people that are into the spirit of the game, are in the pre-alpha, are all in.
yep,
That's okay.
yep.
What? Another player?
What?
What happened?
What are they doing down here?
Oh, what is that?
Hello.
Dupree said a good point in chat. A person needs something to look forward to. Yeah, some people do for sure.
I don't.
I had a fulfilling life before Pantheon.
Yeah, I
wasn't
don't. I don't think I
happening.
Right?
need it. I need it to come out now because I've experienced it and I want to see it come to full fruition. But prior to that, I mean, I was settling in. I mean, I was just talking about this earlier. I was settling into, well, this is what MMOs are now, and I'm okay. Well, I'll roll with it because it's what they are.
Exactly.
And I can do that, and I did, and I was happy. I wasn't, sitting around pouting all day or anything. I was cool
And
with it.
Zarklon has a very good point because the data absolutely supports this, which is why I always want to come back to the realistic point of view. The data shows that people in every single MMORPG that launches, and when I say people, let me use air quotes for my stream,
Okay.
people, the masses, their objective is rush to max level. That's
Yep.
it. That's the
They'll
vast
ruin their
majority.
character.
Yeah, but
Vast
guess what?
majority.
The mass majority of single-player RPGs rush through the story. But then Elden Ring came out with a different style of gameplay, and nobody did that anymore. Everybody was exploring, enjoying the world. So it's the way you build the world. People had been making MMOs for so long to where you had to rush through the content to get to the fun parts. Like that's the developers' fault. That's
Partly,
how they
yes.
designed their game. And we look when I play World of Warcraft, uh, uh, retail. What do? I rush, and I don't even play that way. But the game was built that way, and MMOs have been built that way for so long that you can't take data from something else and apply an apple to an orange. Like it's the developers made it that way, and you could say the same thing about RPGs in general, JRPGs, CRPGs, etc., where there isn't the same kind of hang around, explore, look around, take your time, no rush. The Elden Ring made you behave that way because if you didn't, you would get your butt stomped, right? Unless you're like, top 5% freaking, uh, uh, you know, neckbeard, Dark Souls player, then you were forced into that, and you had fun because the world was good and was interesting, and you were constantly discovering something, constantly something, getting a drop. It was built for you to play that way. So the masses don't matter when you're comparing an orange to an apple, right? All that matters for Pantheon, honestly, is that people give it a chance and it will be successful. Or on the path they're on right now, anyway. That could change, right? None of us can tell the future. So, and I will be the first one to kick, scream, and yell and go crazy if I see them going off the path. And I've done it once already on my channel before. That was just over one comment they made where I was like, whoa, 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 we're not going down this path, and if you do, I'm out, and that was just over a conversation piece where they were just basically probing to see what people would think. But that's my opinion. Can't compare apples or oranges, and you guys are comparing. When you look at mass data, that's the wrong data. That's games built that way. So Pantheon's not being built that way. And in my opinion, Vanguard had its extra 2.5 2 extra years of development would still be here. Well, the Sony Online thing kind of might have messed it up with Daybreak, etc. But it would have went on to where
I think it would
half
be
a million to
another
1 million players in its peak.
in its
I think in its
peak.
peak. Hell yeah, dude.
I think in its peak it could have
350 that quick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think in its peak it could have gotten 500,000 to 1 million, and if it had done that, then today we would be in the same ballpark of EverQuest 1, EverQuest 2, Lord of the Rings Online, where it's retaining 40 to 60
I agree.
continual subscriptions. Which, by the way,
I agree.
there's a really good conversation to try to spin this out of purely negativity. There was a really good interview Josh Strive Hayes did the other day with the creative director of Path of Exile, and he had made some comments about can a niche game survive with 10,000 active players? And they talked
Okay.
about how when they were designing Path of Exile, they didn't even know if they were going to get 500 active players, so they were shooting for a few thousand, and they had made comments to the effect of 10,000, and now they have 70 to 80,000 daily players, right?
Heck yeah.
Which is
For
very
a long
healthy
time.
very
Yeah.
healthy for their game, and they've grown from 2 guys to 12 guys to a team of 250 plus. They did the 10-cent deal, all this other stuff. But he had some very he had a very interesting perspective, which is something that I already said when people were being very negative about New World and Lost Ark and how they went from 1 million players down to 40,000 active. And I did a video about what's more important, box sales or retention, retention being the key.
Yeah.
And regardless, and this is also what he had said, because he considers those to be like where they're at right now is a niche audience, despite the fact that they sold 1 million box copies, right? The fact that they're retaining 40,000 players puts them in niche territory. But it's a healthy niche territory if, and this is something that I think the Pantheon team is doing, they've been very public about this, if you are designing your game to support a smaller audience, and therefore you're not having a team of 500 developers, you're developing small and agile, and you're trying to keep your overhead down. If you can design around that, then when you sell the 1 million copies, and when you see the drop off that 99.9% of all games see, and you go from those 1 million boxes down to whatever, let's say 60,000, 50,000, whatever the case might be, you can still have a healthy, thriving business off of 50,000 paying subscribers and still be considered a niche game
Right.
without being worried. And this is the thing, because I feel like sometimes the Pantheon team is a little too worried about the niche titling because people have a negative
And they
connotation.
need a publisher, or
You
they don't
you
need
don't
one,
you don't need one.
but they would like to score one to get the game out faster. So you don't want to use words like niche when you're trying to get a
No.
deal, especially when you're as picky as they are, right? Like they turn down tons of publishers because they're like, nope, you want to change our game? Sorry, we're not a good fit.
But I would
So
urge people to go watch that interview with Josh Strife Hayes and the creative director of Path of Exile, because it ties into this conversation about niche and what that actually looks like in the modern
yeah,
era with a 40 to 50,000 active player base, and how you can still make millions and be
yeah,
extremely profitable off of that if you've designed small. Here's the thing: design small with big ideas. There's nothing
yeah,
wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
yep. I like him, by the way. Uh, I don't agree with everything he says. Nobody's ever going to agree with anything anybody says, but all the time. But I do like that guy. I like his content a lot.
Josh Trice Hayes.
Yeah,
I've seen some of his stuff. I don't watch a lot of it, but that one happened to pop up on my stream because I actively watch a lot of content about numbers and just data on MMORPGs from our MMORPG analysis series. So those interviews tend to, and I've used the um, why am I blanking on the name of their company now? I've used Path of Exile as a case study in a couple of different things because it's a really interesting case where two guys went from building it out of their garage to having a successful Kickstarter to building the team up to 12 people to then expanding to 24 to then having a live product that went beyond their expectations. They built the
way
team.
beyond. Yeah.
Then Tencent came in and said, "We want to buy 85% of your company, but you can retain control." Like, it's just a win-win-win all around the board. It's a
It's still
beautiful unicorn.
respectable.
Yeah,
Still like a respected, game.
and it's a unicorn situation, but also just really genuine people um, who were just trying to build a fun game.
Yep. And what other RPG went on to do great things for a long time? That was just a little tiny little few people in an office, not expecting the success they had with Dark Age of Camelot. Mythic was just this little, I think 20 people, 18, 20 people. Um, no major funding or anything, and built what is still considered by the majority to be the best PvP MMO to ever come out.
And to go with your religion analogy earlier, like I may be infatuated because I really believe in it and I really like the team and their vision of it, but I don't ever feel like I need to convert anyone to Pantheon. I think it will sell itself at whatever stage a person is comfortable coming in. They're going to see it and be like, "Holy crap, this is amazing."
Yeah,
And
I've
that'll be whenever they come in, and that's fine.
I've been very public about the fact that I've been happy to say publicly the moment they put a date on Alpha is the day that I will buy into Alpha. Um, the Steve Clover hiring for me was like icing on the cake, so to speak. And then
Yeah.
the newsletter that they did today was just now we're going to put on some strawberries on top of that icing, and we're going to make this cake even tastier. Like, those are all good things for me. But from a
Mhm.
personal standpoint, until there's a date, I won't.
Yeah.
And that's a personal thing.
Fine.
That's not for
Yeah,
everybody.
and I get that. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's why
yeah.
I don't try to convert anyone to this game. They're gonna see it when they're ready to see it. It's not
When
a
the game launches, I'm not gonna sit here and be a BSer. When the game launches, I'm gonna be trying to convert some motherfuckers. So I'm not gonna pretend like I'm not. I
well.
totally am, because I know if I just get them in, they'll get
Then it's
sucked in.
yeah. Then it's
Yeah.
out. That's a
I'll
different
I'll
thing.
let Visionary Realms do the hard work. I'll just get them in. Like just try.
All right, yeah.
Just,
Crinkle just said something
what's
about the
in her.
WoW
You know
marketing
what I mean?
department,
Like,
which is
I'll
something
be
that
the
a lot of
little,
people
the
fail to
little
remember. Like, they have spent
drug
more
dealer,
money
on
marketing
the
than most
side.
games
So
have for their
I would
entire
say I
development
will
budget, and
take part in
marketing
that. Right now, I just want
campaigns
people to
go
know
a
about it,
long
and
way
I'm
to bringing
really
people
just
in.
trying to entertain the people who are waiting and are already excited about it when I make my Pantheon content. I'm not really looking for new people when I make those videos, at least, because I've just got a core audience and they want me to cover those things, right? So
Yeah.
I do, and I
And
like to. And I'm
pre-alpha
excited
isn't the
about it.
time. Pre-alpha isn't the time to be like,
Yeah,
come join
yeah,
this game. Like,
yeah,
there's time to wait still.
yeah, yeah. Exactly. It's not a good time for a ton of new people, right? Like, so
Mhm.
if I made a Pantheon video right now and it got like 2 million, I would feel bad, right? I'm like, oh god, they're not ready for this many people to be eyeballing everything they do right now, right?
Kind of like what we were throwing around earlier with Vanguard, saying, all of a sudden all the interest and eyeballs, and they're all rushing to get stuff done,
Yeah,
which is great.
exactly.
But
Yeah,
holy panic mode,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
is it ready to have
But
that
we're
many eyeballs?
setting up the expectation right. Like, this is an unfinished, this is
Yes.
alpha. But the more people that come in, the more
Yeah.
support they get, and the closer we can get to. Because Zenix said, "You get me that database, we can."
Mhm.
You wouldn't believe how quickly this game gets back to
Right.
everything complete. So that's all I'm thinking about right now. Is let's find a way to get that freaking database out of Daybreak's hands.
Yeah.
There's a Rolf.
Yep.
Helena.
Yeah, interesting conversation that we had today. Hopefully nobody got offended.
I'm completely
Yeah.
offended.
Oh gosh. Wait. Oh yep. Time to train the lobies here. I'm so offended.
Here's what I think about all that.
I am gonna check to see if this named is up down here. Nope, it's just a priest.
Chat's offended by the positivity.
Got some for you.
I hate it when people are nice and
Yeah.
talk about
Just
stuff.
like I'm not going to try and convert anyone to be like super positive about Pantheon. I'm also not going to be converted by people being super negative. Oh, vaporware thrown around this, that, and the other. It's like, okay, I'm not going to be converted by that either. So it's all good.
One thing I will say is the newsletter today will, at the very least, put some of the vaporware comments to bed, because you can't say vaporware when they've landed an additional $2.4 million in funding, because investors don't fund vaporware.
Heck no, they don't.
Especially
Not
private
that big
investors.
of cash.
No.
Not that big of cash. They
Private.
might.
You have to, and I did not raise that amount of money, so I can't speak to that, what they're doing. I did raise a chunk of change for Stormhaven Studios for Saga of Leucemia, and I can say that I had to come at it from the angle of I didn't have Brad McQuaid's name attached to anything.
Right,
And
right.
I can tell you this much that, 85% of the conversations that we had were all about no, 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 no,
Yeah,
despite what we had, because investors don't just give you, you have to have something that is so good and has such an absolute guaranteed look to it. Even if it's not a guarantee itself, but it has to feel and look,
yeah.
and you have to be able to sell it with such passion that they feel like it's going to be a guaranteed success.
Yeah, that's a good way to
They
put it.
have a
Yeah.
lot more going for them because they've got Brad's name attached to it, and they have a lot of publicity from guys like Co Carnage and et cetera, and Bazram and Nathan and other people making all these videos, to where it's a much easier sell to go to an investor and say, look, this is what we have. Look at these numbers. Look at these streams. Look at these pre-orders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But even with all that, an investor only cares about one thing. Am I
Money.
going to get a guaranteed return? And unless you can guarantee me a return, piss off.
Yeah.
So that should put a lot of those naysayers to bed who have been on the fence about, oh, it's just vaporware like all the other indie MMORPGs. I would say that that's not true from a personal perspective. It still doesn't push me into the category of wanting to pre-order the game, but it does push, I think it should convey that to a lot of people now that, hey, you don't get $5.6 million in private funding without having a viable product.
Right. Because those investors aren't going to be investors very long if they're squandering money. I mean, it's that simple, you know?
Zarkon, are you talking about Star Citizen investment? Because Star Citizen investment is different because that's crowdfunding, not unless we're
Yeah.
talking about something different.
He's probably just getting confused. We're not talking about pledges. We're talking about a company coming along and saying, "Hey, here's 5 million freaking dollars because we know this is going to be a success and we want to be a part of it." That's different than a human being like, "Here's 1,000 humans saying, here's $200 because I went in on your pre-alpha or alpha, etc." Um, two totally different things.
I could be mistaken what Zarklon was pinging me about, but they made a Star Citizen comment right in the middle of my investment rant, so
Star Citizen's getting all that money from players. And to be honest, at this point, Star Citizen has a pretty good, business going of just releasing batches of
ships,
content
yeah.
and making millions of dollars. So, to be honest, it wouldn't shock me if an investor did be like, "I want in on this too," because your game don't even have to launch at this point.
Well, they did a private investment round, I want to say about 2 years ago. I think it was for 30 million or something. It was a father and son deal, and they got on the board of directors with their
Yeah.
investment. But it was a
Yeah.
big deal, and it was for Squadron 42 specifically. It's been a few years ago now. I don't actually remember the number, but I want to say it was like
remember that.
30
Yeah.
million or something.
Grabbing a bio, be right back.
All right.
Go be offended on the toilet, sir.
I don't know. I think that makes it easier, doesn't it? Doesn't that help the flow? That's when you want to be offended.
Yeah, he's just grunting, pinch, and scream, and
That's
ah!
when you get on YouTube and you search for something you really don't agree with.
Oh, Zekron was more talking about how Star Citizen probably would have never attracted the amount of money it did had it not been for the name that Chris Roberts brought to it, much like
Yeah,
Brad
that's a good point.
McQuaid. Because if Pantheon didn't have Brad McQuaid's name attached to it, nobody would give a shit. I guarantee I would go on a limb and say I guarantee that there's a huge chunk of content creators who wouldn't care as much about Pantheon had it
I
not
wouldn't.
been.
I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't.
It wouldn't even.
I just seen his name and
Yeah.
was already
Yep.
like, "Wait, what's he doing?" And then I watched a little bit and I was like, "Oh, I gotta start YouTube." I'm excited.
I need to pull my old Kickstarter promotional videos out of the YouTube archive to let you guys see, because I fanboyed all over the Kickstarter. Like I was full on.
Yeah.
I'll have your baby, Brad McQuaid. Like
I
I full on
understand,
was
I
there,
understand.
man. Like,
Yeah.
and that was knowing things that I knew, and then you know, of course I was singing a much different tune a few months later, but that's between here and there. Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah. Sometimes things are misunderstood too, especially with a guy like him who Brad McQuaid will take the blame. That interview with him and
Boogie.
Boogie, it was like, oh my gosh, dude, he's literally just taking all that. And I know better, so you know he knows better on some of those things, right? He was just like, yeah, I made a mistake, and hey, that's what this is about, is let me learn from those mistakes, right? It's like, man, I wouldn't have been able to say it like that.
And the team that's been in charge for years now isn't making those mistakes.
No, no. Yeah, and he definitely had a knack for talent, you know, like Joppa, for example. Really lucky name, I would like to mention, Chris Perkins. That's good luck for him to have that name because the D&D Chris Perkins is a freaking legend. But like, where did this guy come from? You know what I mean? Like, he's awesome, man. Like, so good at describing things or um, explaining it in a way that everybody can understand, and all the ridiculous amount of hats he's worn at the company to get things done. Um, you know, this guy's just came from nowhere almost, right? Like, crazy.
Well, he was there from the beginning with Brad.
No, I know that, but
Well,
Brad
that
found him. I'm saying he doesn't have previous
Right.
like
You're right. Yeah.
prestige. Like Brad just found this guy, like out of
Mhm.
like pulled him out of a hat.
well, I
You
would
know?
also I would have a different perspective on that because I actually was in the inner circle during the Kickstarter and right after the
Okay.
Kickstarter, and a lot of people forget that the original team left in
Yeah. Well, I
mass
know that. Yeah.
because of the medical bills that were paid with the money that should not have been.
Yeah.
And Chris was not a part of that. And you know, people that came after have been the people who have gone on to make the current iteration of that game.
Right.
So I would say that while he did have a talent for finding people, you'll also notice that like none of those original people are still working with him because he did have some
Oh,
personal
for Pantheon.
issues.
For Pantheon.
Yes,
Right.
yes. He did have some personal issues that led to
Which
him finding more talented people, which ultimately came to be the super, and nothing against them. They are super talented people who are now Joppa and the people who are making it today.
yeah. But think back on like his original teams that followed him around, right?
Yes.
Like he made a mistake in Pantheon at the very beginning of Kickstarter. Stuff happened. Everybody has their demons. It's just unfortunate sometimes when it's in public, you know, and everybody knows about it. But um, but his history, his life history, proves that he was good at finding people, and usually, besides that one case, they want to go with him wherever he goes. You know, they want to do what he does.
Back.
Back. Welcome back.
Like a Steve Clover.
Yep, like Steve Clover.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
go ahead, Mineros.
anybody watching the stream, this is how you have an adult
Yes,
conversation.
thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Like, like you
You
know,
can have difference
I
of
am a
opinion and still
I am a
talk.
Brad McQuaid fanboy all the way. Love that guy. I love everything he's done. But you know what? We can talk about anything we want. But I will say this: if you come on my channel and leave a comment saying some nasty stuff about Brad McQuaid, I might soft ban you.
And I come from it from a totally different perspective. Couldn't have told you who Brad McQuaid was. Now don't crucify me.
Oh, okay. I
I
didn't
had
know
no
this.
idea. I am a Joppa fangirl because I came on when he was in charge.
Oh
And I
wow,
have
okay.
all the respect for Brad McQuaid now, learning about him and his history. And I mean, Bounty Code just thinks he's awesome. So
Yeah.
I learned about him. But I think this is the team that I trust and I fell in love with, you know, and wanted to pledge to.
Oh,
So
that's
all the other
interesting.
stuff before that doesn't really affect me in my opinion forming. It's
I did not know that.
a couple years ago till now.
I thought you were a Brad McQuaid fangirl.
No,
from the
I
get
let
go.
it
I
out of
didn't
the
know.
bag. Yeah.
Well, that's okay. Joppa's awesome. I can see
Joppa is a
100%
good dude. He's a
Mhm.
very good dude, and I think he is the right person to take Pantheon into whatever it's going to become. No doubt
Yeah.
about that. Um, I know that from the people I worked with in the early stages, most, they had all gone because of the trust in Brad, and then they all left, and that was an unfortunate. I mean, he made his apologies after that, and I think even from my perspective, I've never bore Brad any ill will, because if I was in his situation, I may have done the same thing. Because if
Yeah.
my family and loved ones' life was on the line and I had access to funds that, you know, I might have made that same call. People don't know what they're going to do when it's
I
about your loved
agree.
ones until you're in that situation. And
I agree.
and so if you can look at it from that perspective, not everyone was willing to forgive and forget. I remember Tony's wife went on Facebook and just fucking unleashed on Brad,
Yeah.
because all the time that Tony had put into, building the maps and all the original lore and everything else, and she was not a happy person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas I was only a few months invested in, so I was like, well, at the very least, I learned about the Unity engine, and now I'm gonna go build my own game.
Yep.
Um,
Right. And that doesn't change the fact this was still his vision
Yeah.
and he's not in charge of it anymore. So those things aren't really a consideration if you're thinking of getting involved with it now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Absolutely good point. I think there's something I think it was in one of the drafts. It's not in the final version of the video that's coming out tomorrow, but one of the drafts I did, I was talking about the vision component of someone who's dead and gone, and how
Yeah.
there's no way to realistically ever fulfill that vision because no one is that person. Like, you can have
Yeah.
a list and you can have ideas that person wrote down. It's kind of like Brandon Sanderson finishing The Wheel of Time for Robert
Mhm.
Jordan. He's
Yeah.
not Robert Jordan, and as much as like the show notes, like the outline may have followed what Robert Jordan wanted, the characters feel a lot different
Yeah.
because it's Brandon Sanderson writing, not
Mhm.
Robert Jordan.
Yeah.
So even though it's in the spirit of,
Mhm.
Good
it's
point.
it's not Brad's game anymore. It's
Yep.
its own
Yep.
game that is being built in the honor of Brad and what his original
Mhm.
design was, but it's not Brad's vision anymore.
Yeah, and
Right.
you need, and I want to say something too. You need to have your legacy go on somehow, and it's really hard to do that. I don't think you can. I don't know if you can even control that, but like to know that these developers can do that, you know what I mean, is a really big deal. Otherwise, the Brad style dies. You know what I mean with him. Um, like Tolkien, right? Like
Mm.
it's gone. That's gone. Um, and there'll never be another. It is what it is. But imagine if somehow somebody worked so closely with them that they continued writing, and you couldn't even hardly tell the difference between Tolkien and this other person, right? Like, how cool would that have been? You know what I mean?
To what Renfail was saying, I don't you never know what iterations would have happened just from Brad's imaginings and mind
Hmm.
and where
Sure.
things
Yeah.
went. So it probably won't end up being his exact vision because it
What it
can't.
would have been.
He would
Exactly,
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
Crinkle.
changed
It's
things
He
Chris's
would have.
along
game
the
now.
Yep.
way.
I agree. Or he would have said no to things,
Right.
maybe, right? Or
No
he
or
would have.
yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
Or, yep. You're exactly right. We'll never know that. But
Mhm.
but does it feel like it was made by him, right? And if it
Absolutely.
does, then which I already think it does,
Yeah.
then that's amazing. That's even crazier to me because that means some other people they get it good enough to
Mhm.
do it, right? Which means it
Mhm.
can continue for longer.
Oh, there goes my XP pot.
Cool.
The deed is done.
Went the wrong way.
Let me ask you guys a quick question. You might not know the answer to it. Has anyone outside of friends and family of the developers of Pantheon gotten to play pre-alpha without paying?
No,
Oh
they're
no.
so strict. So
Okay.
I didn't have the cash to get into pre-alpha at first, right? and there was a thing coming up, and I was already, you know, making a big splash in content creation. So they wanted me to play, but they literally like, we can't unless, because that's just our rules, right? And if we break it for you, that's not fair to other people. So I'm sorry, but you can't do it until you get your pledge package. So I was like, cool, that's fair. So I did what I had to do, got the money together, and got my pledge package so I could do what, to
By the way,
to play.
I've seen the video evidence of him doing what he had to do. Just an FYI for everybody.
Whoa.
Heyo.
Oh, that was the best. Best comeback. Yeah. So no, I don't think so. Now there's been situations where the communities come together to buy somebody a pledge package. Pantheon Plus does that all the time.
Yep.
But yeah, you got it. You got to have it. Like Co Carnage had to pay his fee. Like everybody. You got to. That's the rules. Because they don't think it's fair otherwise. To be like, oh, they get special privilege because they
It's
got a
not.
bunch of viewers.
I can tell you that I never once gave a single anything of anything away to
Right.
anybody from Saga Leucemia. They
Yeah,
all had
I
to.
respect that. I respect that. Even though that like kind of sucks.
No
It's like,
refunds.
well, but it's
No,
fair.
you want your people invested.
Yeah.
I said no refunds, and you don't get in unless you want to pay. That's just the way it is. Like the one
Kind
about
of
the
like don't give away a
refunds,
free dog, right?
right?
That whole philosophy.
Mhm.
And I also don't agree
Well,
with the free
uh,
refunds either, because it's like you don't get refunds on an airline ticket. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm coming at it from a perspective of how many. Now, again, they're beta tests, but you used to have to fill out an application. You were under an NDA, and
Yep.
you didn't
Yeah.
Mhm.
pay anything, but you were a tester, and you were expected to respond with bugs you run into and everything.
Yep.
And I'm interested because I'm curious as to like how games have progressed now where things are even in pre-alpha and you're expected to pay to test it.
Yeah.
I
It's
Well,
And
still the same, except for you
I'm
have to
yeah.
just
pay.
wondering why that is now when I've beta tested many games in the past.
Well,
Well,
it's
they had funding
also,
by a publisher.
and it's not just for this stage of the game. You will be a pre-alpha tester for the life of the game. So expansions and
Yeah.
things
Yeah.
they need tested. It's a huge opportunity.
But are you asking Maduros? You're saying like, why do you have to pay now when used to like that was it's valuable for them to get it? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just curious because there's definitely a shift
Yeah.
in mindset of developers these days to go that route.
Yeah. It's because
Um,
now it's
Crowdfunding.
mainly
and
because
in
of
some
work.
instances, it gets them into trouble. Like,
Yeah. Yep.
was it so whatever of Valeria
Chronicles of Illyria. Yeah.
Chronicles.
taking the money and run?
Yep.
You got games like people are going to crucify this comment, but the Star Citizen people that have tens of thousands of dollars invested, game's still not released.
Yeah.
There's also
Yeah.
another game that I can't mention by name, which promised its
Yeah.
backers a certain thing and then decided to rebrand, and now all those people are screwed and they're never going to get the product they
Yep.
were promised. They also, some of them had collector's editions where they have a signed book and a map, and those signed items are now worthless because they're not associated with the game anymore. Like, there's plenty of examples of that kind
Yep.
of stuff happening.
Definitely a risk, but it's whether you think it's worth taking the risk or not. For some it is, some it isn't.
Yeah, I guess I was just curious because I come from, I would say, seemingly even older school gaming than a lot of people
Sure.
that
Yeah.
are part of it because like you had literally you would fill out an application. It was like getting a job
Yep.
when
I've
you
been
would
in many of those
test
betas. Yeah.
games.
And you
I've been
just
Yeah.
in
hope
some.
you got in. But you
Yep.
definitely didn't pay them. You just got accepted because they didn't. You didn't have to pay them because back then, like you were helping them. So it was like
It was also beta. It wasn't pre-alpha.
no pre-alpha
I
still
got
worked the
I
same
Oh,
way.
Yeah,
me
I
it was beta.
arguably, yeah,
yeah,
I
I
would
got
say we're
into I got into
they
pre-alpha
might call it
for
a beta, but it was definitely alpha.
And the more you got in, the more likely you were to get into others. So I
yes.
always tried to get into them because I knew it's like a resume. That meant I was more likely to get into others.
Mm-hmm.
I
But
definitely got into pre-alpha for Vanguard because it was 12 people and there were no mobs in the zones. It was just like they were spawning
yeah.
mobs for us during our sessions
On what game? On what game?
on Vanguard.
Oh, how cool. Okay.
That was the earliest I ever got into a game was that one because most of the time I'd get into to betas, but I never got into an
Mm-hmm.
alpha or pre-alpha until that game. Which is probably why I was so fascinated with it and obsessed with it for so many years, and why I feel it was such a good game because I had that association with being part of the friends and family, which made me feel
Yeah.
special. And I got picked out of thousands of applicants because I did
Yep.
go through the application process that Berduros is speaking of. I could speak a little bit from my perspective of running that type of testing for Saga Leucemia. I know the way that I looked at it anyway was um, we had more than enough friends and family to do internal testing on our own. But the reason we had a price wall in place to have people join was multifold because we looked, instead of going to Kickstarter and asking for funding for an idea, I said I don't want to do a Kickstarter. I just want to run it all through our own website. And because I can do all the marketing myself and I don't need to run a Kickstarter to get the funding, we can just do it all privately and sell pre orders as opposed to pledge packages. And it's a difference in wording, but it is a legal difference, which matters for how you do and how you sell things. Because it's if you're selling
Amen.
a pre order, it's not a crowdfunding project from a legal
Yeah.
perspective.
Yeah.
Um, and so assigning a price tag to it, in my mind, was a filtration system to ensure that the only people who got in were the people who wanted to be there for the purposes of testing,
That's a good point.
as opposed to people who were just going to randomly fill out an application because ooh, I can get free access to a game, um, which from our perspective worked very well because it limited the pool of people who was coming in and also helped us get funding to pay for the business costs, which were not large, but also not tiny. Um, we had legal and accounting and servers and assets and licenses and all that stuff adds up to tens of thousands, but it's also not hundreds of thousands, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know that I ever saw anything negative come out of it. Um, I know from our perspective, it totally helped us go from us having to spend like in a traditional, let's say the Vanguard method, Microsoft had given them, $40 million or whatever it was. And so when you're in that position and you've got this huge bucket of cash to pull from, then you can just get testers when you need them to test the things. But when you're doing it from an independent perspective and you've never built a game before and you have no reputation and you can't get a loan and you don't have investors and you're trying to build this thing up from scratch, you have to prove yourself first. And so we looked at it and said, well, we don't have anything to offer, but if people want to get in and involved, it allows us to build up that player base. And then when we had those numbers, I was able to use those numbers to pitch to investors and say, look what I was able to get on my own in terms of
Yeah.
paying customers.
That's a big deal too, right? To
And
be
it
able to say,
also, we're right, but it also helped us because I no longer had to pay for everything out of pocket. Because in the beginning, it was my brother and I. Much like we just got to the point. It took us about, I want to say, a little over 12 months, you know, of weaving the void before we got to the point where the Patreon has started to cover pretty much all the expenses. But for the first 12 months, we were very much paying for everything out of pocket. And there's about $6,000 of startup costs, I think, that I can think off the top of my head that we have into the Weave in the Void. Now, it's much larger with Stormhaven Studios and the Saga of Leucemia stuff, but um, shelling out that cash for your own project is kind of expected. It's your baby. It's your investment. It's if I went to a bank and wanted to get a loan, the bank's going to ask me what's your collateral. Well, my collateral is $20,000, sir. So if I've put $20,000 into my project, I should have enough at that point, enough goodwill or collaterals built in that it should be enough for whoever. And if that's the public who's going to come in and do the testing, cool. And then, it took us about 3 years, I think, with Saga Leucemia before we got to the point where our pre-orders were covering everything. like paying for all the
Right.
business expenses. No one was drawing salaries, but it was paying for all the business expenses, all the asset purchases, all the licensing, the server costs. It was paying for all of that. It was also paying for things like, we're going to go to the Austin Game Conference as an educational tool, and there's funding that pays for those to be business expenses, the tickets and things of that nature. So I don't think it's it is a double-edged sword though, because not every company is going to use those funds wisely or responsibly, and that
Yeah.
that is the risk factor that Sparrow mentioned.
Mhm.
Because for every responsible adult out there like me, there's 99 not so responsible people like the Chronicles of Illyria folks who are going to take the money and go buy, or not just Chronicles of Illyria. There was another game, I forget the name of it now. The guy he had like an unlimited funding from like a crypto dude, and he took the money. It was like a RuneScape clone, and he was getting like $150,000 a month from an investment firm, and he decided he was going to gamble on crypto, bought himself a Tesla, did all
Oh
this
no.
shady shit with the funding, and then he got caught. And it's like, and it's like the Chronicles of Illyria guys supposedly, as I understand things, they were paying themselves $200,000 salaries with the money that was coming in, bought themselves a nice house in the suburbs, bought himself a Jeep, was very much treating himself as if he was a published developer. And I think that's the risk part of it, of being on the outside, buying into any project. Um, like Helena just said, $20, gone forever. Sorry if I ranted, Madurosos.
No, I think that's good.
Nope. I was just really honestly curious because it's like I never see anything like that anymore. Where you just
Yeah, and
Pale-
I don't know if
Palea, I think Palea is doing it that way. There's also
trying to get beat up out here.
something Echoes. It's like a time travel based MMORPG that's in the works. There's a couple of
where
them
you
that are.
at, Nathan?
If you run down the hallway and you get to that fake wall, turn left, or it looks like a wall, turn left. I'm right there at the corner.
Fake wall. Oh, he's down this tunnel towards the
Straight,
towards the
run
gypsy
straight
room.
out.
Not
And
the
then
gypsies.
when,
The stunning. But those are the only two that I can think of that. Once you can move, Nathan, you can go back. I've got these stun
all right,
locked.
I just broke loose. All right, running back.
Oh, they're still on you like flies on
Palea
poop.
looks interesting, by the way.
Yeah, there's a couple of them I can think of that are doing invite only. But those.
Oh yeah, and you know who else is talking about doing it is Monsters and Memories. They're talking about doing an old school, like get an invite.
And that Bounty's really interested in that as well.
Yeah, that one is pretty cool looking. I mean, it looks like the scope is smaller, so it seems plausible.
Well, they're doing the work up front without asking for any funding.
Yeah.
That's what, they
ahead,
are just
Renfell.
doing it.
What?
What?
Renfell, tell us why that's scary.
Well,
which
no, they're
which
not
part?
taking
Which parts?
salaries. Monsters and Memory.
Because I know me and Rimpo's talked about this. I think it looks good from our perspective. Like, yeah, that's a really good thing to do, and I think they're doing it for the right reasons. But
Well,
Rimpo,
they
you
know.
want to describe how you feel about people who try to like one man an MMO?
Oh my
and
God!
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not. I don't think it's 2-man right now. I
I
think they
think it's
have
like
more than.
3.
Well,
like 3.
if you go
But
to
they
their.
are going niche. They are building something
true.
that is like EQ. So
I agree.
yeah, it's
Yep.
small scale. They plan on it being niche.
Yeah,
How-
I just wanted Rimpel because he has a very unique opinion on
Yes.
it. I'm with you, Sparrow. I think it looks good and I like it and I'm excited.
The problem, I know where you're going with this. So the problem I've brought up in the past is that anytime you start talking about anything less than 20 people working on a project, you're talking 10 plus years of development time. Unless your scope is so tiny that you're only trying to build a 3-zone game with 10 hours of content. You know what I mean?
What's the one game that did do that? Crap, I always forget.
Reign of something.
Reign of Darkness.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is totally feasible, but that literally that game was built with purchased assets from the store that he literally
Yep.
just plugged in. He plugged them all in. He had a
Yep.
code base and he made it work. But that is the equivalent of, you're taking. If he had to pay for all those assets to be created from scratch, you would be looking at $2 to $3 million in salaries and 3 to 4 years of time for the art team to have built
Right.
all of
That's
those
why he's not going
assets.
that route.
Yeah, this guy's trying. Well, I think Rinpo's familiar with it, but that guy's trying to make a game that pretty
It's an
much looks
EverQuest
like
clone. It's an EverQuest
Yeah,
clone.
Yeah.
but he is still trying to do some things that will take a lot of time, though, like
Yes.
racial starting
Yeah.
cities.
Yeah.
So a big world, lots of dungeons that are really intricate and big. So
That's why I shook my head when I first read the description and I said, "Well, that sounds great on paper. I've also heard this same pitch 500 times, and you're
yeah,
you're just now talking about it in 2022, so maybe by 2027 there will be
Maybe.
something that I can
yeah,
look at and say, okay,
yeah.
that's actually,
And I
how
think they're willing to go that distance. So I
Yeah.
am excited about it.
yeah.
But I'm glad that Renfell brought that point of view to my attention because as a non-developer, right, I just look at it normally as graphics are low,
Hmm.
they can make it quick. Um, so yeah, they can do all those things. That's the way I would have looked at it. But even though the graphics are low, it still takes a lot of time because he's handcrafting these
Hmm.
models, and
Right, and they all
you know,
have they all have jobs. It's like, think about that for a minute.
yeah, they have to make money,
Yeah.
right? So it would actually, I'd be less worried about it actually if they were asking for money.
Yes, correct.
You know?
That's I kind of look at that as kind of how I felt about Defend the Night until their lead developer just said he was basically abandoning the project.
Yeah,
Defend the Night was very much we're not asking for everybody's money. We're developing it in our spare time outside of our day jobs. We don't expect anything from anybody. And maybe one day when we have a minimal viable product, we will ask for your money. But until that point, just enjoy the screenshots and we'll share them with you. And then they got 7 years in or whatever, and the lead developer said, you know what? I'm burnt. I'm done. I've got different priorities in life now. Which, again,
Sure.
another big issue with a lot of these independently developed projects is that a lot of people go into this when they're single, and then
yeah,
suddenly they find themselves 4 years in, they're married, they got a newborn kid, and now all of a sudden they don't have 40 hours a week to program anymore. They've got,
yeah.
here's a good example. Chris and I moved here in March. My fault for accepting a rescue cat. Now we have 8 cats. And these kittens and chickens and things. I think I was talking about this with Sparrow at the beginning of the stream, or maybe no, it was you, Nathan. That was when we were talking about Winter, how Winter was feeling, about.
Oh yeah,
I was talking about Chris is in that boat right now where, as much as she wants to draw, like she tried to sit down to draw last night, and she was just like, I can't do it because there's too much going on. There's too many distractions. Life has changed in the 3 months
yeah,
since we've been here. And it's very difficult now for her to find the time to do the things that she wants to be doing. She's still hitting the milestones that we need. The piece that she's working on right now is a fluff piece. It's not a needed piece, so it's something for her personal enjoyment. So it's not like it's a I'm going to use air quotes here, a mandatory piece that she has to get done for the project. Um, but when your priorities shift, and it's impossible to know in advance if your priorities are going to shift. Um, Anyway, I sound like a negative Nancy all the time. I promise I'm not that way. I'm just
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's
Well, when it comes to development, right, and we're all, sunshine and rainbows because
well, I'm not
sometimes
a
a little
professional
real.
by any means.
Sometimes realism is, helps with the,
I mean from a
overall
certain point of
picture.
view, I've never released a game. So there's a certain a certain couple of community members who have said, well, you have no leg to stand on because you've never launched an actual title, so you have no room to
Um,
talk.
I would argue with that though. There's plenty of developers out there who get hired and their products have never come out yet, but they're
Sure,
still getting hired
I could say
because of
my
what
name's on a
they
shitload of contracts, people. So
yeah.
that
You
means
still
more
have
to me.
developed and you've got a game about to launch, so
Yes, and technically we did launch the first part of that
so
already.
I would
So
say that I would find that highly offensive actually because that would be saying that Joppa is not a developer. Like, yeah, he is, right? Like that's what he
Yeah.
does
Experience is
24/7.
yep.
experience.
And that's like saying I'm not a well, I guess that doesn't work. Pretty close. like, well, you're not a full-time YouTuber because you haven't survived as a YouTuber solely as your
Sure.
only
This is
income,
only my
right?
second month.
It's like,
Yeah.
but that's what I do 24/7 as of the 1st of June. So yes, I am. It's like
Hmm.
if that's what you do, then that's what you are, in my
And
opinion.
all experience is experience.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Whether it's a win or a loss, it's
that's true.
I think
Yeah.
Nathan can agree with that after I saw what he had to do to get his Pantheon access.
Hey, I will still do those things for Super Chat. I just want everybody to know.
Hey, Super
I actually got. I even me and my wife sat down with the guidelines, like how far
Are we allowed
can
to
I
go?
go
Yeah.
before you get pissed off? Because I don't care. I have no shame. So I had to be like, how far can I go before you get pissed off? She was like, genitalia. I was like, cool. We
So you
won't
go
go there.
Mine
I
or
wasn't
someone
planning
else's?
on
far
going
as
there.
genitalia. She said you could go as far as genitalia.
No, that's the stopping point.
Well,
Don't go there.
hang on. Yours or other people's? Like that's.
mine.
Gosh, you guys are horrible.
So, like I got a couple of people coming chatting like, hey, how much take shirt off today, Nate? And I'll be like, hey man, depends on how bad the day is going or how bad the week's going. I'll do it for $5 today.
Yeah, that super chat does dictate. If it's been a bad week, I might do it for $5.
right.
If it's been a good week, you might need to pay me 50.
Yeah, it might be 50. Yeah. And also, how cold is it in the room? Like.
Wouldn't that be the opposite? Like you'd want more money if you were having a bad week?
No,
No, because you're more
not for
desperate.
me.
You're more
I'm
desperate.
Right, more desperate. $5 is a lot of money to me now.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good. I really just fall to my knees and thank God every day that I was
So-
born a man. 'Cause I would be.
Nice trips.
Did you see
yeah.
that? Did you see that?
What was it?
So I think she just saw what I saw on YouTube.
Yeah.
Trips just did a $5 super chat. Said to not see the details of what Nathan will do for his super chat.
It wasn't that bad. He's joking. What was funny is my wife didn't know I spent the money either. I knew she would be upset, so I didn't tell her. And she found out in chat while I was streaming. Because
Yeah.
somebody said that. Somebody was like, nuh-uh, he
I
had to
knew-
at least pay this much. I was like, oh God, she didn't know. She was like, wait, how much?
I knew she'd be upset, so I didn't tell her. Whoa. Head explode. Kablooey.
Well, I also want to, just to say on a positive note for Pantheon, I've already committed to Nathan's Guild, and I've already said that when it comes out, I will be making it my number one exclusive. I will whole hog it.
Yep.
I'm not gonna run. I'm happy to let someone else run the show for a change. So that's why I'm gonna just join Nathan's Guild and I'll be his number 2, 3, whatever, and not run something of my own. But I will play that game. I will play the hell out of it when it finally launches.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. If they get what they're wanting, this game is going to be, oh my gosh. Like, it's already fantastic. I get, there's only so much I can say, but it's freaking awesome already.
And that's why it probably sounds weird to you guys, because we can only talk about how it makes us feel.
Yeah.
That's all we can say, right? So our hands are tied sometimes these conversations, and it sounds like we're being spiritual or something. But it's because that's all we're allowed to say, right? We can talk
Right.
about how it made us feel, and that's okay. That's not breaking NDA. So it sounds a little weird, probably.
Yeah, because what you're seeing is snippets on a podcast,
Yeah.
It's hard to make a judgment call from that.
Yeah, but I do, no doubt everybody that's ever loved EverQuest will like it, in my opinion. That would just, I can't imagine how anybody wouldn't enjoy it that ever enjoyed EverQuest. Guys, we have went way above. What level are you?
It's all good.
I know. It's
all
like
good.
I'm 33.
I'm
We're
just
gonna
sitting here.
out-level our group.
I'm sitting here looking at. Hey, you know what? In your defense, their expectations of your getting to 30 were way too high. So I think it's
Well,
only fair that you.
apparently not.
Shh.
I got from 28 to 33.
But
Well,
you're being
yeah,
power
with
level.
Renfell power levels.
And
Yeah.
What's funny?
Maduros,
What's funny
yeah.
about this Renfell? And I'll go on the record. I'll say this live. What's funny about it is this was Drac said it in a way like, I'm not gonna ask for too much this week. Just get to 30. That should be plenty.
I'm like,
Don't want you
30?
guys to have to, spend too much time between streams. Like, oh, thanks, Drac. We're only at the point where like this would be a hell level. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
appreciate
if it weren't if it weren't for Maduros and me, you probably would have needed to spend a good 2 to 3 sessions to get through those levels. Like,
Yeah,
unless you had a
yeah.
full
Mhm.
group, because like we came in here with a full group, ran XP pots, and we got 3 to 4 levels per session in here. But you need a full group
Nice.
to do that, and trying
Yeah,
to find a
yeah.
pickup group to commit to that is crazy.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, and I just do not have good luck with pickup groups,
No.
man. I just don't.
I also want
I'm not.
to make this
People are
public.
used to playing with people who like have played this game like every day for the past 20 years or something, because they'll just they leave. They're just like, or maybe that's just the way pickup groups are
So
these days.
if is it Pantheon Plus? They'll sponsor pledges from time to time.
Yes,
Yes,
on the
yes.
rewind.
So
Like
So
all the time.
every Sunday at noon Eastern is the show. They don't do pledges or every week.
No,
But-
but it depends on how much money they make. So they just take the money they earn and they
Yep.
because
put it
I'm looking
towards
at
buying
that
pledges.
I'm looking at that new Scion of the Black Rose pre-alpha pledge for $750 and saying, you know what,
Now,
put my name forward.
this is the brand new pledge they announced in the newsletter,
Yes,
right?
correct.
And what do you get with it?
It says it includes all of the rewards from the Black Rose pledge plus pre-alpha testing access
Ooh,
Dang.
guys, you see what they're doing, right?
for $750. Now I'm not
Dang.
going to go spend $750, but if that's something that people would want to see me be involved in and see more of that on my channel.
Yeah, start a freaking goal for it. Now, people have to understand if it costs 750, he's gonna have to set the goal higher than that. We do not get all that money. So if it's 750, Rimpo have to do the math, but it's gonna be higher than that. Let's say that.
It'd be like $1,000.
YouTube takes 30%.
Yeah, it'd be
right?
like $1,000.
Yeah, and that's before his tax situation too. So
Yes, it's. I've been
Yeah, I
up
would
for.
say
So
about
I've been talking. We've talked about this month because this month I think we're really close to hitting our monthly objective, which was $750. And I was very upfront with people at the beginning of the month when I said that 750 is my pre-tax, you know what I mean? Like after all the stuff gets taken out, what's left over is what I get to use for my living expenses, which is why it's 750. We're getting close to that, but we'll see. It's also I'm not so hyped up about Pantheon that I have to have that happen.
Yeah, and you got time because, dude, even if you bought it today, what difference would that make until the end of summer?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Got
You know
time.
what I mean?
I have other things that are taking priorities around. We gotta get this.
Oh, Rimpel.
Yeah,
I had something I want to talk to you about. Now
Yep,
that
I am here.
you have lots of projects going on, and one of them is I saw you were talking about homestead projects and should you put them on the channel?
Oh yeah.
Isn't some of that kind of relatable to games? Like,
So
aren't you?
yes. So here's the thing. I've after really digging into it, because here's the thing. There's a chunk of my audience who wants to watch all this stuff that we're doing here at our house, but it screws the algorithm up big time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, however, the Lord of the Rings chicken coop build.
Yes.
I am doing on my channel because it's gaming related. So I can
Right.
tie that into Lord of the Rings Online. I can get them retweeting. I can do all these fun things. The rest of it,
Oh, okay.
but also just to have people begin to understand that the algorithm does that, and I have to keep that kind of content separate. But I've been filming footage since we moved in. Like here's what the place looked like. I've got the videos that I sent my brother of what the electrical looked like here when we first moved in. And I've got that recorded for people to look at so they understand what I had to do to get my office set up. And I'll put those things over on my other channel later. But the chicken coop build, we've already done one episode for our members last Saturday. And Chris and I are sourcing the material right now. We already did some, but I think we're just going to go to Home Depot in the city because it's a little cheaper and they have way more lumber to choose from as opposed to what I'm being offered here at the local Podunk.
Right.
Hardware stores. Give me 2 seconds here. I got to let the cats out.
Yeah, I gotta log soon. I gotta
Yeah.
get my kids and to practice and
I had
get
3 waters and 3 foods when we came here, thinking that would be enough. And
No, I was not
I,
expecting to be here
I
this
have
long.
been foraging for hours just to stay alive. I will let you know.
And doing an amazing job. We
Yeah,
Very
appreciate you.
interesante.
These roots and pond scum that I've been drinking just
So
keeping me
yeah.
going.
satisfying.
I only intended to come till 30, and I'm 32 now. But the conversation was good, and I couldn't leave. So
Oh yeah, I was gonna stop streaming at like 11 or 12:30, so
Yeah.
it's all
it
good.
was just conversation was too good. I couldn't
Right.
walk away. I even kept looking like I gotta quit.
I know.
I'm
So
past
when
30.
are we porting out?
Yeah, you want me to punt you guys somewhere, or what I could
Sure.
do is you guys drop group, I'll invite you, and then I'll just port us all to like Common Lands or Butcher Block
Okay.
or something.
Okay.
It's
The
really
standard?
funny since we started talking that my internet has
Yeah,
decided
Butcher
to start
Block would
being
be the
cranky.
best.
I'm
to
like,
where we're
Actually, I
going.
can just Origin, right?
watching
To my
that bitrate
hometown to
low
sell.
down on my stream. So if it cuts me off
Yeah.
before we actually
Yeah,
get out of here,
I
you'll
can
know
just do
why.
that. That works.
I can't
Okay,
do that.
invite sent.
Well, I super appreciate all the levels. You guys went above and beyond.
Yeah, I agree. And the fun talk.
Yeah. Real talk, fun talk.
Yeah, I like
Absolutely.
it.
Is everybody origining out?
I was
I am
gonna port
because
us to Butcher.
Okay,
yeah, I'm going to my hometown to sell anyway.
gotcha.
But your block will work for me or where? Oh yeah. Disband and join, huh? All right. Sorry about that. If you could re-invite.
I actually have a meeting with my brother in about an hour. Hey Nathan, can I put you on the spot?
Yep.
Where you at with the?
Oh, it's done. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
perfect.
It's done. I gotta send
I
it
know
to you.
you've been busy
My
with
bad.
life, dude. That's why I was.
I forgot that I hadn't sent it to you. I'm really bad about that. I'm like, oh, it's done. Cool, I got it. And then
Dude,
you don't know
I
that
love
it's
you.
done.
I love you to death. You're exactly like my brother in that he always forgets stuff. So I just remember that every few days I gotta remind my brother, hey man,
Yeah, I
oh
need to
dude,
be
that was done
reminded.
like
Yeah.
5 days ago. Sorry about that.
Because in my brain, I take it off as complete and I move on, and it's one
Yeah,
more step left.
just email me and that's all done. Cause I'm in the middle
All
of
right.
putting all those in the book right now. That'd be
Okay,
awesome.
cool.
And I could say the one I'm asking him about is actually the Raven Syndicate logo, which is
Yeah,
really cool.
Ooh.
yeah, yep.
Let me
Very cool.
refresh your chair clarity. All right, World of Warcraft tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
7:30 Central is the plan.
When we meet up or when we go live?
That's technically when my brother is supposed to be available so that we can start.
Right.
I'll be live before that, so.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'll hop on before that
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah,
I think I go live at 8:30.
What
Usually I'm live at 5, but that's a few hours because I play my mage for a few hours before.
Yeah.
what level are you on there, Renfell, on that character?
On the mage,
Yeah.
40. I hit 46 this morning.
No, I'm sorry, on the hunter.
30. Yeah, 36.
I think we're
30,
37.
37.
37. Okay.
Something like that.
Cool. All right, and it's any moment now because they're starting to drop beans on Wrath, so it's any moment now they'll probably announce the date, and they usually announce the date. If I'm not a big WoW guy, but I think they usually announce it like 2 weeks before it happens. So we got to be probably nearing the 50% buff and the Death Knights, and the server's going to blow up.
Oh, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be login queues.
Yeah, we're gonna have queues. Yep.
Yep. And this is already always a popular server on
There's
Classic.
gonna be a ton of Death Knight babies running around.
Oh yeah, especially everybody gets one free Death Knight per round.
I'll be rolling one just because I'm gonna have. we need multiple main tanks. Nathan's gonna be one of the main tanks. I will be one of the main tanks. I will be covering that Death Knight role, so I will definitely have a Death Knight.
Nice.
But it just sounds like damn good fun too. But
yeah, Death Knights are fun, especially in my opinion. This first iteration of them, I thought was the best of them.
Lots of different options.
All right. Well, I'll catch everybody tonight for Warcraft. I may be live at 5, but it depends on if I get a nap today and all that other stuff. But otherwise, for sure, we'll be back at 7:30 with the multi-stream group, which is myself, Nathan, Maduros, Sparrow, and my brother, who's not here with us at the moment, but he will be here. So I'll see all of you later today.
Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds
Thanks,
good.
everybody.
Yep, bye,
Thanks for
guys.
Yep,
getting our
you're welcome.
levels. Thank you so much. Saved us
Good
many,
day.
many hours. Thank you.
Yeah.
All good. All right, I'm gonna sign off my stream here. See you guys.
All right. See you.
See ya.
All right, we're done. I think we're done. Well, that was a unexpected, pleasurable surprise today. Had a really good stream. Raised $55, which is above and beyond the $35 for the stream goal. So thanks to those of you who super chatted today. I really appreciate the support. I need to check all the numbers because I think we're getting really close to the final, to the full amount that we were trying to raise for the month, which is awesome. We may actually go above and beyond our objective this month because we've still got however many days left in the month here. We've still got another 7, 8, 9, 10 days left. So this is going to be a really good month, which I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thanks to all of you for trusting me enough to want to tune in every single day to watch me live stream, to coming and hanging out with all of us when we're doing our multi streams, all the different events that we're doing with myself, Nathan, Sparrow, Kel, Maduros, my brother. Thanks to those of you who are members here on the channel, those of you who are patrons on our Patreon page. Patreon's been growing, the channel's been growing. Like I'm gonna do a growth update next month to show people the growth of this channel since it got monetized in February and show everybody the growth factor. And then I can also look at the Patreon and show everybody the Patreon growth factor. People tuning in and watching us live stream the campaigns on Sunday. It's been good all around, and I'm very grateful that people are finding us entertaining and also wanting to support us through all the various means. So thanks so much for the super chats and stickers and memberships and Patreon subscriptions, all those good things. We will be back tonight. I typically try to go live at 5 p.m. With my Warcraft streams, but because I went so late today, I might not go live at 5 today. So our groups traditionally start at 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. Central, which is when my brother can log in. So if you don't see me at 5 p.m. tonight, it's because I'm resting and taking a nap or whatever and helping Chris with things around here, and I'll be back for sure at like 7 p.m. Central. But if I can, I'll be back at 5. But I also got to go publish Chapter 3 on the Patreon page. That's coming this afternoon. I got to have a meeting with my brother in about an hour. So we got business stuff to take care of. Got to make a call to the bank, other life stuff. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it.